Hello friends. By now we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit where Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high-stake diplomacy. Following the expiration of the temporary 2-week ceasefire, the Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop a war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed, and as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President JD Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple: Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. JD Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait, are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2 week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari airbase, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran. Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by a diplomat in a suit. It will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story, and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK, and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
Hello friends, in today's hyper-distracted corporate world, business leaders are facing unprecedented burnout, decision fatigue, and market volatility. What if the ultimate solution to the modern corporate chaos was written over 7,000 years ago? Therefore, in this video, we break down Bhagavad Gita's lessons and reveal how it serves as a powerful framework for the 21st century's executives, founders, and CEOs. Let's go. Look at the modern corporate landscape and you will notice a strange paradox. We have more data, faster communication, and better AI tools than at any point in time in the human history. Yet, today's CEOs and business leaders are more overwhelmed, exhausted, and distracted than ever before. We call it decision fatigue. And we also call it market volatility, and we also call it the constant pressure to innovate. But what if the real problem isn't the lack of resources, but the lack of anchoring? What if the ultimate antidote to the corporate chaos was written over 7,000 years ago on a battlefield? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Today we are diving deep into the ancient text that holds a revolutionary blueprint for the modern executive leadership. We are looking at Bhagavad Gita's chapter 9 and verse 13. In this verse, Bhagwan Krishna drops a truth bomb that completely flips our modern definition of the power, control, and leadership on its head. Let's read the verse, and the quote starts, "But those who are Mahatmas surrender to divine energy and accept me as the singular source of all existence. They remain absorbed in me with mind and intelligence." Quote close. For the modern CEO, the words like surrender, divine energy, and absorption might sound out of place in a quarterly board meeting. But over the next few minutes, we are going to decode why this exact verse is a missing link to the hyper-focused, sustainable business growth and indestructible mental peace. Let's start with the first key word in this verse, which is Mahatma. In Sanskrit, Maha means great and Atma means soul. A great soul, that is Mahatma. In the corporate world, we have plenty of managers, plenty of directors, and plenty of traditional CEOs. A traditional CEO operates largely from the ego. They believe they are the sole engine driving the company. They carry the weight of the entire organization on their shoulders. It's a mindset that says, if I don't micromanage, then and if I don't control every variable, everything will collapse. So what happens to an ego driven leader? Burnout, anxiety, strategic blindness. Bhagwan Krishna says that the true leaders, the Mahatma, operate differently. A Mahatma CEO understand that they are, not the ultimate controller; they are the conduit. They switch their operating system from ego-driven management to purpose-driven stewardship. When you view your company not as a personal empire to conquer, but as a vehicle to serve a larger, higher purpose, your relationship with the stress changes completely. You stop reacting to daily market fluctuations with panic and you start leading with deep, unshakable, long term vision. Now, let's look at the most misunderstood word in the business, which is surrender. The word states surrender to divine energy, right? To the modern executive, surrender sounds like weakness. It sounds like giving up, quitting, or waving the white flag. But in context of Bhagavad Gita, surrender is the ultimate act of strategic power. Think about the concept of flow state in psychology. What athletes call being in the zone. When the elite athlete is in the zone, they aren't overthinking every muscular movement. They are surrendered their rigid, anxious, conscious mind to a deeper, intuitive intelligence. For a CEO, surrendering to a divine energy or a higher cosmic order means acknowledging a fundamental truth. You cannot control the outcome. You can only control the input. When you surrender to the obsessive anxiety over the result, the stock price, the competitor's next move, the macroeconomic shifts, etc., you suddenly free up massive amount of cognitive bandwidth. You stop wasting energy, fighting variable that you cannot change, and your channel 100% of your power into what you can do right now, right? And that is what Bhagwan Krishna means by surrendering to divine energy. It is aligning yourself with the natural flow of reality rather than fighting against it. The verse goes on to say that these great minds accept me as singular source of all existence. They remain absorbed in me with mind and intelligence. Right? This is the masterclass in focus. The biggest enemy of the modern CEO isn't the lack of opportunity, it is an absolute surplus of distraction. It's what the tech theorists call shiny object syndrome. Founders chase every new trend, pivot with every 3 months, scatter their company's energy in 50 different directions. When your mind is scattered, your execution is weaker. But look at the instructions here. Quote starts again, absorbed with mind and intelligence, quote close. When a leader identifies as a singular source, a core, unbinding higher mission for their enterprise and anchor their entire intellect to it, something magical happens. The noise evaporates. Every new partnership purpose filtered through singular source. Every new product line, evaluated by core mission. Every internal conflicts resolved by the aligning with the higher purpose. So this level of absorption is what separated leaders like Steve Jobs or Elon Musk from average executives. They had an almost spiritual, unwavering obsession with singular vision. They didn't care about standard industry norms. They were completely absorbed in bringing a specific future into reality. When you apply your analytical intelligence alongside a deeper focus mind, you achieve what Gita calls ekagrata, one pointed concentration, and one pointed corporate strategy is virtually unstoppable. So, how do you take chapter 9, verse 13 out of the realm of philosophy and put it directly into your boardroom tomorrow morning? And here are the 3 concrete steps for the modern executive. Step 1, define your singular source. What is the absolute unshakable core purpose of your company beyond just making money? And if your goal is profit, your leadership will always be very fragile. You'll find that the higher impact that anchors your organization is very weak, on a very weak footing. Step 2: practice active surrender daily. Before you open your laptop or walk into a high stakes negotiations, take 2 minutes of silence. Mentally give up your attachments to the final results. Say to yourself, I will give this to my absolute highest intelligence and effort, but I will surrender the outcome to the universe. Watch how quickly your anxiety drops completely. Step 3: protect your absorption, cut the noise, block out deep work time on your calendar where your mind and intelligence are entirely focused on higher leverage, long term strategic thinking, completely insulated from emails, slacks, and daily fires. Leadership is lonely, it is heavy, and is exhausting if you try to do it all through the power of your own limited ego. But Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 13 reminds us that you don't have to carry the world alone. By stepping into the shoes of Mahatma, by leaning into a higher divine energy and absorbing your mind and intellect into singular noble vision, you don't just build a successful company, you build a resilient, peaceful, and legacy defined life. True power doesn't come from forcing the world to bend to your will. True power comes from aligning your leadership with the ultimate source of all existence. So, friends, what do you think about this? If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining live. If this ancient perspective on modern business resonated with you, hit that like button. Share this video with your fellow entrepreneurs or executives who need to hear this today. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom of modern leaders. Lead from the source, stay focused, and before I actually go to the Q&A, because there are some messages as well, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. So friends, we had a very successful, very good session today, and there were few messages. I would like to display those messages. First is Nightmare J. Nightmare J, your message and your ID is displayed on the screen and you said hi. So how can I help you? If you have any questions, please let me know, Nightmare J. Thank you for saying hi and very good morning from India. All right, so I will see you very soon in the next video, which is about business. And so please hold on and stay tuned. Bye for now.
Across the corridors of myth and memory strides Narad, the wandering musician, the cosmic storyteller, the sage whose Veena string echoes across the realm. He is not bound by earth or heaven, nor silenced by time. Narad travels freely, carrying the tales that unsettle kings, awaken sages, and remind gods themselves of a fragile balance of dharma, that is righteousness. Mischief and wisdom mingle in his voice, for every note he plays in both questions and answers a spark that ignites transformation. In 2026 and beyond, Narad's archetype feels startlingly familiar. The eternal messenger who bridges worlds and influence of the cosmic order, the voice that insists wisdom must travel faster than chaos. His songs is not just ancient, it is timeless, resonating with every age that seeks meaning in noise. So let's find out more. Narayan, Narayan. This resonate with you? Okay, so I'm talking about Narad Muni, the eternal wanderer. He is remembered not as one bound by place or time, but as a sage whose noise and presence ripple across the realm. With his veena in hand and the chants of Narayan, Narayan on his lips, he journeys freely between heaven, earth, and the Netherlands. And that also carries the stories from every realm, songs and truth that awaken mind and stir hearts. He is the archetype of traveling musician, one who does not merely entertain but enlightens, weaving wisdom into melody and turning narratives into revelations. So Narad's gift lies in his ability to be everywhere, to cross boundaries that other cannot. He is the messenger of God and provocators of kings and confidant of sages and awakener of demons. His tales are not idle gossips. They are sparks that ignite transformation. So by sowing the question, conflict, and the challenges, Narad ensures that dharma, that means righteousness, the cosmic order, emerges stronger and more stronger. And his storytelling is not passive, it is catalytic and forcing societies and individuals to confront their illusion and rediscover the truth and themselves. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, about Narad Muni. As a musician, Narad embodies the power of sound. His veena is not more than, it is actually more than an instrument. It is a bridge between the mortal and divine. Through his music, he teaches that the devotion is not confined to rituals, but can be lived in rhythm, harmony, and resonance. His songs reminds us that the wisdom is not always spoken in solemn tunes. Sometimes it actually dances in the playful notes. Sometimes it appears through the satires, and sometimes it consoles through the lullabies of the faith. So in 2026, Narad's relevance feels strikingly, definitely very, very profoundly relevant. We live in an age of hyper connectivity where the information travels faster than thoughts. Yet, wisdom often lags behind. And Narad's archetype mirrors the modern journalist, the digital storyteller, and the influencer who carries new age ideas across the realms. But unlike the noise of today's feeds, Narad insists on meaning. His stories are not empty transformation, but it is not only transmit the emptiness or just a storytelling, but a transformative narratives. He reminds us that communication must be more than a speed. It must carry insight and compassion and call to a higher purpose. So his ability to actually transcends into realm resonate with our own era of virtual realities, space exploration, and artificial intelligence. Just as Narad moved between the worlds, humanity in 2026 move between physical and digital, earthly and cosmic. His presence teaches us that the crossing boundary is not enough. We must carry wisdom across them, and in a time when the technology can amplify voices endlessly, Nara's example urges us to ensure whose voice sings of or songs of truth, devotions, and harmony rather than a division and chaos. So beyond 2026, Narad's legacy is a reminder that storytelling is civilization's heartbeat. As long as humans seek a meaning, as long as societies wrestle with conflict and order, and that traveling a musician will remain relevant. Narad's laughter, his provocations, his melodies, all are eternal echoes guiding us to balance the inquiry with devotion, mischief with wisdom, and speed with substance. He is not just a sage for the future, urging us, but actually he is urging us to be a traveler of truth in every realm we enter. And so Narad endures not as a relic of ancient lore, but a timeless archetype for every age. And his song reminds us that stories are bridges, music is truth, and wisdom must wander freely across the realm. In the noise of modernity, his veena still hums, a call to harmony, a reminder that even the mischief can be divine. And when it awakens the world of dharma, that is the way to go. So we have come to the end of this video. We look forward for your comments on this topic. Please like and subscribe our channel, and look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the question today is, as wealth grows, do men decay? Well, some people say they do. Today, we will dive deep into the paradox of progress and the hidden cost of wealth accumulation. In this compelling video, we will explore the psychological, moral, and the social changes that can occur as the men gain wealth and power. Let's go. We live in a world that glorifies the wealth. From the moment we are old enough to understand, we are taught that success, comfort, and happiness are often measured by the size of our bank account. We chase promotions, dream of bigger houses, covet the latest tech, and all under the assumption that more is always better. But what if that wasn't entirely true? What if beneath the shimmering surface of the prosperity there is a hidden cost, a silent erosion that impacts the very core of who we are, especially for men as well as for women? Today we are going to ask a provocative, perhaps even unsettling question: as the wealth grows, do man decay? When we talk about decay, we are not just talking about the physical aspect of it. This isn't about aging. It's about something deeper. It's about the erosion of the character, the fading of the purpose, the fracturing of the genuine connection. It's about the hollowness that creep in even as the external success reaches its peak. For centuries, men have been conditioned to be a provider, protector, conquerors, etc. Our identity often intrinsically linked to our ability to achieve and acquire. So when that acquisition reaches unprecedented levels, what happens to the man himself? Does the very fuel that drives the man, the ambitious for generating wealth, ultimately consumes the man? We are not here to demonize the wealth. Far from it. Wealth can be a tool for good, for freedom, for impact, but like any other powerful tool, it demands respect, awareness, and a clear understanding of the potential pitfalls. Think about the traditional male identity. Historically, it was often forged in the purpose, building, creating, providing, etc. A man's worth was in his contribution, his skill, his character. But in the modern pursuit of wealth, particularly extreme wealth, identity can subtly shift. Instead of driving self-worth from who they are or what they do, it can become dangerously tied to what they own. The endless pursuit of more can create a hamster wheel. You buy the dream car, a bigger house, a private jet. For a moment there is a thrill, but then the novelty wears off and the void remains. The next logical step is to acquire something even grander. This isn't sustainable. It transforms a man from a purposeful being into a consumer, an accumulator. The drive shifts from internal fulfillment to the external validation. And when your identity is built on possessions, what happens when those possessions inevitably fail to satisfy or worse, are lost? One of the most insidious form of decay that wealth can inflict is in our own relationship. Genuine connections, intimacy, vulnerability, these are the foundation of the true human flourishing. But wealth can act as an isolation chamber. Firstly, the sheer demand of acquiring and maintaining wealth often means sacrificing time with family, with friends, with community, long hours, constant travel, endless strategizing. These can create physical and emotional distances. Secondly, wealth can breed suspicion. Is this person genuinely interested in me or in what I can do for them? Are they my friend or my access point? This constant questioning can make genuine vulnerability incredibly difficult, leading to a guarded existence. Thirdly, The lifestyle associated with extreme wealth can be exclusive. It can separate men from their roots, from the everyday experience that fosters empathy and connection with the wider world. When your circle shrinks to only those who share your specific, often insular economic reality, you lose touch with the richness and the diversity of the human experience. This social decay leaves men feeling profoundly alone even when surrounded by others. Human beings, and men in particular, often thrives on challenge, on purpose, on overcoming obstacles. There is a certain edge that comes from striving, from feeling the grit of the struggle. It forges resilience, gratitude, and a deeper appreciation for achievement. But when wealth removes all obstacles, when every need is immediately met and every comfort is readily available, that edge can dull the shine of your life. The drive to create, to innovate, to even feel deeply can be replaced by a passive acceptance of ease. Why build when you can buy? Why strive when you can simply command? This isn't to say comfort is inherently bad, but unchecked, it can become a crutch that prevents growth. It can lead to a state of, a sort of emptiness, a profound boredom that even greatest luxuries cannot remove. The man becomes soft, not physically but spiritually. He loses the internal, strength built by facing adversities. The path to immense wealth is rarely a straight line. It often presents choices, difficult dilemmas, where moral integrity can be tested. In the pursuit of profit, ethical lines can become blurred, shortcuts are often taken, compromises are made, and suddenly the means to begin to justify the end, no matter how questionable they are. This isn't about blaming wealthy individuals, but acknowledging a systemic pressure. When stakes are high and the potential rewards are astronomically very high, and temptation to bend the rules is higher, to exploit the loopholes or to neglect the human cost of business decisions can be immense. Over time, these small compromises can accumulate, eroding a man's moral compass. What was once unthinkable becomes unacceptable, or rather acceptable, and then it becomes absolutely normal. The decay here is in the spirit, in the values that once defined the man. When a man loses his ethical grounding, he loses a fundamental part of his humanity. Wealth can create powerful illusions of control. The belief that money can solve every problem, protect against every threat, and guarantee a certain future. This can lead to hubris, a sense of invincibility that blind men to their own vulnerability and unpredictable nature of life. But beneath this illusion often lies a profound fear, the fear of loss. The more you have it, the more you have to lose. The constant pressure to maintain, to grow, to protect assets can be a source of immense anxiety. This fear can consume mental space, leading to an inability to truly relax, to be present, or to simply enjoy what has been accumulated. This isn't just about financial loss, it's about the loss of identity tied to that particular wealth, the loss of status, the loss of perceived power. This fear can lead to desperate measures, further ethical compromises, and overall sense of unease, even in the midst of the luxury. It's a mental decay, a constant state of low grade panic, regardless of external circumstances. So, if the potential for decay is real, how do we reverse it? How do we cultivate growth even amidst immense wealth? It starts with awareness and intention. Recognize that wealth is a tool, not an identity. It's about consciously choosing where to focus your energy and attention. Re-establish purpose beyond profit. Find meaning in contribution, in creation. in legacy that isn't just about monetary value. What problems can you solve? What goods can you foster? Prioritize genuine connections. Actively invest time and vulnerability in your relationships. Seek out authentic friendships. Nurture family bonds and engage with diverse communities. Embrace discomfort and growth. Don't let comfort breed stagnation. Seek out new challenges, learn new skills, push your boundaries in a way that aren't tied to financial gains. Cultivate gratitude and mindfulness. Appreciate what you have rather than constantly striving for what you lack. Practice mindfulness to stay present and connect to the richness of everyday life. Define your value and live them. Regularly assess your actions against your core values. By willing to make it harder, more ethical choices, even if it means sacrificing short-term gains. Wealth in itself is neutral. It is the human response to it, the choice we make, the value we hold, that determine its ultimate impact. The question is, as wealth grows, do men decay? Isn't meant to be condemn a success or glory of the rich man, but to invite deeper introspection. It is a reminder that a true prosperity isn't just about what you accumulate, but about you become what you become in the process. The greatest riches a man can possess are not found in the vaults, but in the character, his relationships, his purpose, and his peace of mind. Let us strive not just for financial growth, but for human flourishing. Let us use wealth as a means to build a richer life, not a hollow one. Because in the end, the only thing that truly decays is that what which is neglected. And let us not neglect the men who we are in the pursuit of wealth as we desire. So, friends, I'd like to know if you have any comments, any suggestions, or any questions. Please leave them in the comment section below, and I will catch you again in the next one.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain, and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite. So, in the world where the billions of calculations occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually reminds us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Let me ask you, Why do highly successful CEOs suddenly burn out, lose their grip, or watch their corporate empire crumble? The answer isn't found in a modern business textbook. It was written thousands of years ago in Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, in this video, we break down Bhagavad Gita and translate its profound wisdom into survival guide for the modern executive. Let's go. What is the ultimate destination for a highly successful CEO? Very profound question, but very difficult to answer. If you look at the tech world, Wall Street or startup ecosystem, the playbook says exponential growth, massive exits, and legacy carved in stone, and ultimate control. But look at all this a little closer at the corporate history. Why do some of the most brilliant minds, leaders who build empires suddenly burn out? Why do they make catastrophic ethical lapses? Why do they watch their organizations crumble from within? Most businesses and training institutes and schools will tell you it's a failure of a strategy, a shift in the market dynamics, or a poor risk management. But thousands of years ago, a profound spiritual text diagnosed the true cause of this corporate collapse. It is not the failure of strategy, it is a failure of identity. Today, we are diving deep into Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 24. We are going to look past the religious context and uncover a brutal, timeless, psychological warning that every modern founder, executive, and leaders need to hear before it's too late. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Those who do not understand that I am the real enjoyer and the supreme lord of each and every sacrifice, they fall down and remain in the cycle of life and death, and the quote close. Let's unpack this because to a modern executive, words like sacrifice and lord sound detached from Q4 KPIs and the boardroom meetings. But if we translate the core metaphysics into leadership psychology, the wisdom is startling. In Gita, sacrifice, which is in other words yagna, represents collective effort, hard work, dedicated action towards a goal. In your company, the sacrifice is the late night your engineers pull, and the capital your investor risk, and the daily grind of your sales team. The verse states there is a real enjoyer, a supreme purpose, a greater collective good, a universal force. But here is a pitfall. The verse warns that those who do not recognize this truth, those who believe they are the ultimate owner and the sole enjoyer of all these collective efforts, will inevitably fall down. This brings us to the ego trap. When an entrepreneur starts a company, they are driven by a vision. They sacrifice their comfort, their sleep, and their time. But as the company grows and success pours in, a subtle shift happens in leaders' psychology. The ego takes over. The CEO begins to think, I built this. This $1 billion valuation is because of my genius. The employees are sacrificing their time so that I can enjoy the profit and the fame. They declare themselves the real enjoyer. When the leader makes this mental shift, they detach themselves from the reality. They become obsessed with the fruits of the labor rather than the quality of the work, and this is what the Gita calls attachment to the result. Look at the corporate giants of the last few decades who fell from the grace. From Enron to spectacular crashes of certain modern tech unicorns. It's almost never a lack of intelligence. It is always their hubris. The leader begin to believe they are above the rules, above the ecosystem, and completely responsible for the sun rising and setting on their industry. And just as the verse warns, they plummet. The second part of the verse says that because they don't understand this truth, they remain in the cycle of life and death. In a corporate context, this is the exhausting, endless cycle of cyclic failure and burnout. When you believe you are the sole enjoyer and bearer of the company's burden, you carry an unsustainable weight. Every market dip feels like a personal attack. Every failed product feels like an existential crisis. You find yourself trapped in a loop. You chase temporary success. You achieve milestones and your ego inflates. Because your ego is inflated, you make a blind, arrogant decision. The business takes a hit, leading to loss of purpose and intense anxiety. You scramble frantically to fix it, restarting the cycle, etc. This is the corporate, sansar, or the world, the cycle of the professional life and death. You are constantly fighting to protect your self image rather than steering the ship. You aren't building a legacy, you are running an emotional treadmill fueled by fear and pride. So, what is the antidote here? How does the modern CEO applies chapter 9 and verse 24 to find sustainable success? The secret lies in moving from ownership mind to a stewardship mindset. In the visual rendering of this lesson, I mean, if you start imagining, the act as a steward, your relationship with the company changes. First, the burden lifts. If you are not the ultimate owner of the result, you no longer carry the paralyzing fear of the failure. You focus purely on the execution, the karma, and leave the outcome to the market, the universe, or the collective ecosystem. Second, your team thrives. True sustainable leadership happens when a CEO realizes they are there to serve the vision and not the other way around. Employees can sense when a leader wants all the credit. Conversely, they will run through brick walls for a leader who shares the triumph and views the company's success as a collective sacrifice. You shift from saying, "Look what I made," to "Look what I have been trusted to guide." So, next time when you look at your company's quarterly metrics, your rising valuation, or even your personal achievement, take a step back. Remember the warning of Gita 9.24. Do not fall into the trap of thinking you are the ultimate master of the universe. Recognize the immense sacrifices of your employees, your customers, and the ecosystem supporting you. Dedicated your corporate efforts to cause higher than your own bank account or your personal ego. When you shift from being a self-proclaimed leader of your empire to the humble steward of your vision, you don't just avoid the ultimate CEO pitfall, you unlock a deeper level of clarity, resilience, and sustainable success that no market crash can ever take away from you. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective on the modern business resonate with you, hit the like button, share this with your fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom for the modern business world. Lead with humility, focus on the effort, and let go of the ego. So friends, I will see you in the next video. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. On June 15th, 1908, a landmark moment in India's financial history took place in the formal incorporation of Calcutta Stock Exchange. As one of the oldest stock exchange in Asia and the second to be established in India after the Bombay Stock Exchange, the CSE, the Calcutta Stock Exchange, quickly transformed into a primary engine of the financial growth of the Eastern India region. Therefore, in this video, we explore the origins of the exchange, its original 150 founding members, and how it cemented Calcutta's status as a premier hub for trade, industry, and investment in the early 20th century. Let's go. June 15th in 1908, a date that might seem like just another page in history. But for the financial world of Asia, it was a turning point. Imagine the scene: horse driven carriages clattering over the cobblestone of a line range, the air thick with humidity of Bengal summer, and the hum of the city that served as the heartbeat of the British Empire in India. On this day, a group of visionaries gathered to do something bold. They were signing a charter to create Calcutta Stock Exchange. Today, we are going back in time to see how it all began. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed further. To understand the importance of 1908, we have to understand the city. At the time, Calcutta wasn't just a city, it was the commercial powerhouse of the East. The massive British trading houses were located there, managing the tea gardens of Assam, the jute mills along the Hooghly, and the sprawling coal mines of the hinterlands. Before the exchange, trading happened informally, often under the shades of neem tree or the makeshift offices. But the scale of business was becoming too vast, too complex for informal handshakes. The economy demanded order. The economy demanded an institution. Enter the 150 founding members, of initial founding members. They weren't just the merchants, they were the architects of India's modern financial landscape. When the Calcutta Stock Exchange was incorporated on June 15th, 1908, it wasn't a sole effort, it was a massive collaboration of both Indian and European brokers. Think about the friction of that era. Yet, in the pits of exchange, business came first. They pooled their resources, established a regulatory code, and decided that instead of scattered trading, they would create a unified marketplace. The exchange became the second in all of India, trailing only the Bombay Stock Exchange, and it quickly became the primary financial hub for everything happening in the East. Why does this matter today? Because the Calcutta Stock Exchange fueled the industrial revolution of East India. When you look at the growth of the coal industry, the massive exports of jute that were essential to global trade, or the tea plantation that became household names, we are looking at companies that were at the same point traded right there on the lines range. It provided the liquidity and the transparency that allowed these businesses to grow from small family run operations into massive corporate entities. It set the stage for how India would handle capital, risk, and investment for the next century. The building online range still stands today, a silent witness to over a century of boom, bust, policy shift, and the sheer grit of the trader who walked on its floor. While the world of finance has moved into a digital realm where billions of dollars exchange hand in milliseconds via fiber optics cable, the spirit of 1908 remains relevant. It taught us that the economy is only as strong as the institution itself. Founders of 1908 didn't just create a building, they created a culture of trust and commerce that laid the foundation for the India as we see it today. History isn't just about dates and charters, it's about people who saw the potential for a better, more organized future. June 15th, 1908 changed everything for the traders of Calcutta and, by extension, for the history of Indian finance. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this trip back to 1908. If you enjoyed this dive into our financial heritage, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that bell icon. I want to know what other historic institutions should we uncover next. Drop a suggestion in the comments below, and I will see you next very soon, friends. Bye for now.
In the world where the science keeps redrawing the boundaries of what we know, the discovery of first detailed smell map of human nose feels almost poetic, isn't it? A revelation of order hidden within the chaos. For centuries, we believed scent was simple chemical whisper, drifting aimlessly into breath. But now, scientists have uncovered a structured symphony beneath that simplicity. A network of olfactory receptors arranged with precision and each tuned to its own molecular melody. And this breakthrough doesn't just rewrite the biology textbook, it opens a door to the future of sensory intelligence. So let's find out more. The human nose has been treated as a simple gateway to scent, a passive receptor of invisible molecules drifting through the air. But recent research has shattered the notion. Scientists have now unveiled the first detailed smell map of the nose, a discovery that redraws the boundaries of sensory biology. Imagine a machine that can smell disease before symptoms appears, or a digital environment that evoke emotions through a scent as vividly as color and sound. So the nose now, once underestimated, has become a frontier of innovation, a living code that could teach technology how to feel. So in this unfolding chapter of science, the smell map is more than anatomy. It is a blueprint for empathy, for memory, and for perception itself. So the future may well breathe through the discovery one molecule at a time. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward. So in this new map, olfactory receptors are not scattered randomly as once believed. They form an intricate neighborhood, each tuned to specific chemical families, treating as a living mosaic of perception. So the nose, it turns out, is not just a detector. It is an active interpreter, translating molecular patterns into emotional and cognitive experiences. So this breakthrough overturns the decades textbook models. It suggests that smell is far more complex and then a simple signal and sent to the brain. So it is dynamic conversation between biology and memory. So the implication ripples outward from medicine to artificial intelligence. Understanding how the nose organize and decode scent could lead to bio-inspired sensors that mimic human intuitions or capable of detecting disease markers, or maybe environmental toxins or even emotional state through chemical cues. So, looking to the future, this smell map may become a blueprint for synthetic olfactory machine that can smell as human do, and bridging the gap between organic and digital perception. It could redefine how we design perfume and diagnose illness or even communicate emotion in a virtual space. So, in essence, the nose has revealed itself as the universe of order and meaning, that biological cosmos where every molecule finds its place, and every scent tells a story. The future of sensory science now lies in decoding the story, one breath at a time. So the implications are profound, and you also understand that the smell is no longer just a sensory whisper. It is a coded language, a biological choreography that shapes memory, emotion, and perception. So, by decoding this map, scientists may unlock new frontiers. Machine that can smell disease before symptoms appear, or maybe a machine or something which the sensors can detect environment toxins with humans, like intuitions or immersive digital world where the scent become a vivid as sight and sound. So this breakthrough is more than an anatomy. It is a visible, or maybe a visible vision, a profound vision of the future. The nose is definitely important, and this also in every breath, and we know that things will definitely move forward into this innovation. So this breakthrough, as it is definitely a humble yet profound implication on the human life, and has become a frontier of innovation and going forward, which will be offering a blueprint of synthetic olfactory and bio-inspired technology. So in every breath lies a story, and now we hold the key to read it. So we have come to the end of this information. We look forward for your comments, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends. Welcome. Is your leadership style stuck on a treadmill of a quarterly targets and reactive firefighting? If yes, then you've reached the right place, because in this video, we are going to decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 8, and we will translate it into a high level exit strategy for modern CEOs and business leaders. In this section, we will also discuss, or rather, decode what Bhagwan Krishna speaks of this cycle of birth and death as a place of misery and offers a path to the ultimate bliss and perfection. For the 21st century executives, this cycle is the exhausting loop of temporary wins, market volatility, and burnout. Let's discuss this further. If you're watching this, you're likely a leader, a founder, or an executive, a very senior executive. And if you're being honest, you have felt it too. It's the corporate treadmill. You hit your Q1 target, and for a moment, there is a rush of success. But by Monday morning, the success has evaporated, replaced by the pressure of Q2. It is a cycle of birth and death. The birth of a project, death of a quarter, the constant fluctuation of the market. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 15, Bhagwan Krishna described this material world as a place of misery and transience. To the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual poetry, it's a perfect description of the reactive business environment. Today, we are going to discuss the exit strategy for excellence, how to stop running the cycle and start achieving what the Gita calls the ultimate perfection. So friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, having attained me, these great souls do not again suffer rebirth in this transient world full of misery, because they have attained their highest perfection. Quote close. In Sanskrit, the word means temporary, and therefore think about your last 3 wins. How long did the satisfaction last? A week? An hour? Think about it. Most CEOs spend their lives building a sandcastle while the tide is coming in. Krishna isn't saying the world is bad. He's saying it is the inconsistent. If your happiness or your sense of excellence is tied to things that shift, like market cap, public opinion, or interest rates, you are being defined by some sort of market definition, and therefore in state of misery because you are in a state of constant anxiety. The exit strategy isn't about quitting your job, it's about exiting this mental framework of dependency. The verse refers to the great souls. In business context, what separates a manager from a Mahatma? Very big question, right? So let me try and explain this. Detached from the result, attached to the purpose. That is a definition of Mahatma. A great soul, like when Krishna says, like me, when a CEO attaches their identity to a higher mission, something beyond just the bottom line, they become immune to the misery of daily fluctuations. Next is the strategic stillness. When you aren't afraid of the death of a project or dip in the stock, you make better decisions. You aren't operating from a place of survival. You are operating from a place of vision. Imagine a CEO who doesn't panic when the cycle turns downwards. Why? Because they have already achieved a perfection within their own leadership philosophy that the market cannot touch them. And that is the ultimate competitive advantage. So how do we reach this ultimate bliss? It starts with perfection around pivot. Perfection in Gita isn't about the bug-free code or a flawless balance sheet. It's about dharma, which is the right action. For a CEO, ultimate bliss is the clarity that comes when your internal values perfectly align with your external actions. When you stop chasing the temporary and start building the eternal, which is your legacy, your people, your impact, etc., the misery of the corporate cycle begins to fade away. You stop asking, how do I survive this quarter? And start asking, how do I serve the highest good through this enterprise? Ironically, when you stop obsessing over the material, which is rebirth of your profit, you often find that the profit follows you because you are now leading with clarity and that there is no lack of information within you. So, what is your exit strategy? Most CEO plan for a financial exit, a buyout, or a retirement. But the Gita suggests a spiritual exit, exiting the state of being a slave of your circumstances. By applying the wisdom of chapter 8, verse 15, you transition from a leader who is cycling to a leader who has attained perfection. You move from misery of the transient to the bliss of transcendent. Next time you feel the wall closing in or the pressure of cycle mounting, remember, you are a great soul. Your excellence doesn't depend on the world staying still. It depends on you finding the stillness within the moment. Thank you for joining me on this journey into Gita. Lead with purpose, lead with bliss, and achieve your own version of ultimate perfection. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, let me say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second. But not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up? right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut costs into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path lead to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time; it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into a interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months, it can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct mass mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button. And the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the vast orchestra of human brain, not every instrument plays with equal resilience. Some neuron hum steadily through life's symphony, while other trembles at the faintest discord. The multiple sclerosis, long seen as a sweeping storm against the nervous system, is now revealed to the strike with a selective fury, targeting the most fragile player in this ensemble. New research uncovered that the certain brain cells stretched thin by their energy demand and delicate architectures are far more vulnerable to the disease relentless assault. And this discovery reframes MS as a uniform battle, but as a war fought on unseen terrain where the weakest link determine the fate of the whole. So let's find out more. Multiple sclerosis, MS, has been understood as a disease of the immune system gone awry, stripping away the protective myelin sheath that insulate the nerve fiber. Yet, Despite the decades of research, one question has lingered. Why do certain regions of the brain and the spinal cord suffers more damage than the others? Recent findings have begun to illuminate this mystery, revealing that not all brain cells are equal in their vulnerability. Some neurons, by virtue of their structure, function, or metabolic demands, appear to be more immune to kind of destructive cascade of MS than others. The study in question used advanced imaging and molecular profiling to map the landscape of neuronal damage in MS patients. Researchers discovered that the specific populations of neurons, particularly those involved in long range communication across the brain, showed heightened sensitivity to the inflammatory attacks. And these cells, often with the extended axon stretching across multiple brain regions, requires enormous amount of energy to maintain the signaling. When the inflammation disrupts their metabolic balance, they flatter more quickly than the shorter, more localized neuron. And this vulnerability may explain why MS patients often experience symptoms tied to coordination, vision, or cognitions, and the very function that rely on these long, energy-hungry neutral pathways. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, another striking revelation was the role of oligodendrocytes, the cells responsible for producing myelin. Not all oligodendrocytes are created equal. Some subtypes appear more resilient, capable of remyelinating damaged axon, while the other succumb rapidly to the immune assault. The uneven distribution of these cell types across the brain may carry hotspot of vulnerability, regions where the damage accumulate faster and recover lag behind. So these cellular patchwork could amount for the unpredictable progression of MS. Where one patient experienced sudden vision loss while the other struggles with the motor control. The finding also highlight the importance of mitochondrial health. Neurons with weaker mitochondrial reserve and tiny powerhouses that fuel cellular activities were disproportionately affected. And in MS, inflammatory molecules can impair the mitochondrial functions, leading to energy shortage. For neurons already operating at the edge of their metabolic capacity, this shortage is catastrophic. And they lose the ability to transmit signals effectively or contributing to the neurological deficient that define the disease. So from the therapeutic perspective, these insights are profound. If certain neurons and oligodendrocytes are more vulnerable, treatment could be tailored to protect or bolster them specifically. For instance, the drug that enhance mitochondrial resilience or promote the survival of the remyelinating oligodendrocytes might slow disease progression. Similarly, the therapies that reduce the inflammatory burden on the long range neuron could preserve the critical functions like memory and the motor coordinations. The research suggests a shift from the broad immunosuppression towards the precision strategies that safeguard the brain's most fragile components. So, beyond the lab, these implications ripple into the living or lived experience of MS patients. Understanding why certain patients or why certain symptoms emerge and persist offers validation for those whose struggles have seen more profound, more implicable diseases and the way they actually respond to the drugs. So it also opens opens the door to more personalized prognosis. The clinicians may one day predict which functions are most at risk in a given patient based on their cellular vulnerability profile. So, such a foresight could guide rehabilitation, lifestyle adjustments, and psychological support, making the journey with the MS less uncertain. The discovery that some brain cells are inherently more vulnerable reframes MS not just as an immune disorder but as a condition of cellular fragility. It underscores the delicate balance that sustains brain function and how easily it can be tipped by inflammation. And in doing so, it brings hope that by identifying and protecting the brain's weak link, science may one day transform MS from a relentless disease into a manageable condition. So, in the end, what these discoveries reveal is not just the fragility of certain neurons, but the resilience of science itself. By uncovering the weak link in the brain's vast network, researchers are charting a path towards precision therapies that protect the most vulnerable cells and multiple sclerosis, once seen as a uniform storm, now emerged as a selective battle, one that can be fought with a sharper insight and targeted care. The story of MS is no longer only about the loss. It is about the possibility of safeguarding the brain's delicate symphony and ensuring that even its quickest note continue to play. So now we have come to the end of this discussion. Look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching and feel free to put your questions regarding today's content. Please subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before laboratories hummed with machines and satellite pierced the sky, India's rishis were quietly charting the frontiers of science. And seated in the forest and ashram, they observed the rhythm of nature, the mysteries of cosmos, and the intricacies of human body. What they recorded in hymns and trustees and philosophical dialogues were not mere spiritual musing, but a profound scientific insight. Astronomy woven into Vedic chants, mathematics hidden in poetic meters, and medicine encoded in Ayurvedic text. So in 2026, as artificial intelligence deciphers genomes and quantum computers stimulate universe, the breakthroughs of these the sages remind us that science is not only about the technology but about vision, and their legacy whispers across the centuries. Knowledge is timeless, and the discovery is as much about intuition as much about instruments. So today we are talking about Charak, who stands as a towering figure as a physician, philosopher, and scientist whose vision of health we practice even today. In the annals of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as a towering figure, a physician, a philosopher, and a scientist whose vision of health transcends his era. Flourishing around 2nd century CE, Charak is credited with compiling the Charak Samhita, one of the foundational texts of Ayurveda. His work was not merely a manual of remedies, but a profound exploration of human body, mind, and environment. In 2026, the world is grapples with pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas of AI-driven healthcare. Charak's contribution resonate with renewed urgency. Charak's genius lay in the holistic approach. He emphasized that health was not an absence of disease, but the balance of body, mind, and spirit. His text described the three dosha theory, three kind of troubles which actually we face when we talk about health, and these theories based on these three aspects, that is Vat, Pith, and Kapha, as a governing principle of physiology. While the modern science interprets these biochemical and systematic terms, that underlying the insight remains striking. Health is dynamic equilibrium, but a static perfection. In an age where the precision medicine seeks to tailor treatment to individual genetics profile, Charak's insistence on personalized care feels remarkably persistent. Now, if you have reached this far in this video, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about Charak. So, equally significant was his focus on the preventive medicine. Charak advocated daily regime, that is what we call in Hindi dincharya, and of course the seasonal routine, that is ritucharya, and the dietary discipline as a pillar of well-being. He warned against overindulgence, which is very, very prevalent in some areas of our existence in some part of the world. Now, of course, stress, which is also very much here in 2026, and the neglect of nature's rhythm, very crucial aspect. In 2026, when non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension dominates the global health, and that burdens and his preventive ethos aligned seamlessly with modern public health campaign. The idea that lifestyle is medicine is no longer radical. but it is mainstream. And Charak anticipated it nearly 2 millennia ago. Charak also advanced medical ethics. He insisted as physician embody compassion, humility and discipline while treating patient as whole being rather than a case. So any patient is not a case, but it is like a whole human being. Now, in today's era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgery, his reminder that healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but it cannot replace empathy. Charak's vision challenges us to ensure that science remains centered actually, and even as algorithm and machine reshape medicine. From scientific perspective, the Charak Samhita catalogs hundreds of medical plants, minerals and formulation. Many of these are now subject of pharmacological research with compounds like turmeric cucum and neems as a direct in gaining global recognition. Charak's meticulous documentation of therapeutic properties reflect an entirely spirited base and as an early form of clinical observation and evidence gathering. So in 2026, as bio prospecting and integrative medicine expand, his pharmacies and his documentation offers both inspiration and caution to honor the traditional knowledge while subjecting it to a rigorous validation. So Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine but into a sustainability. He viewed a human as inseparable from their environment, emphasizing harmony with nature. In an age of climate crisis, his ecological sensibility reminds us that health cannot be divorced from the planetary well-being. The the pollution of air and water and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical one. And that is very crucial. And Charak's integrated world view offers the guidance for a healthier earth. Thus, the Charak's contribution are not a relic of the past but living principles. His insistence on balance, prevention, and ethics, plus with ecological harmony, speaks directly to the challenges of 2026. As medicine races ahead with genetics engineering and AI diagnostics, and of course the space medicine, Charak's voice urges caution and compassion. He reminds us that the ultimate goal of science is not conquest, but a care, not controlled but balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass of navigating complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, and rooted in the respect of life itself. The legacies of India's Rishi is not confined to the past. It is a living current that flows into the present and beyond. Their insight and philosophy remind us that science is not only about instrument, labs, but also about vision, nutrition and harmony with the nature. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering and space exploration, the breakthrough of these sages echoes with a timeless relevance. They actually urges us to balance progress with wisdom, to pair innovation with ethics, and to see the knowledge not as a conquest but as a communication, as union with the universe. The rishis remind us that the discoveries of sacred act, and in their enduring voice we hear to call to carry science forward with humility, imagination, and respect for life itself. So we have come to the end of this this live stream, and we look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आपका स्वागत है। कभी आपने सोचा है कि ब्लैक होल के अलावा भी ब्रह्मांड में कुछ ऐसा है जो हमारे विज्ञान, हमारी फिजिक्स को पूरा बदल सकता है? इस वीडियो में हम जानेंगे ग्रेविस्टार के बारे में और हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे कि क्यों एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स की दुनिया में ये हमेशा एक चर्चा का विषय है। अक्सर हमने सुना है कि एक विशाल तारा जब उसका एंड होता है, दी एंड, तो वो ब्लैक होल में बदल जाता है। लेकिन कभी आपने सुना है कि हो सकता है कि वो ग्रेविस्टार में बदल जाए और ब्लैक होल ना बने? तो ये ग्रेविस्टार क्या चीज़ है और ऐसा क्यों बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार एक कोलैप्सिंग स्टार है जो एक मिनी यूनिवर्स का निर्माण कर सकता है? तो काफ़ी दिलचस्प वीडियो होने वाला है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इसकी चर्चा करते हैं। तो दोस्तों, जब हम अंतरिक्ष के बारे में सोचते हैं, उसकी विशालता को देखते हैं, तो अक्सर हमें लगता है कि जो सितारे हैं, जो स्टार्स हैं, वो एक लाइट का सोर्स हैं और एक कोई बड़ा स्टार अपने अंत समय में पहुंचता है, वो उसकी डेथ होती है, तो वो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। और हमारी एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स में इसके बारे में काफ़ी डिटेल में एक्सप्लेनेशन है, हमारे फॉर्मूलाज से, रिलेटिविटी की थ्योरी से एक्सप्लेन किया गया है। लेकिन हाल ही में कुछ ऐसा देखने को मिला है कि जब ये बड़ा स्टार का दी एंड होता है, सुपरनोवा हाइपरनोवा में जब तब्दील होता है, तो उसके बाद वो कई दफ़ा ब्लैक होल नहीं छोड़ता है। वो एक नई तरीके का, जिसके बारे में हम कम जानते हैं, एक नए तरीके का एक ब्लैक होल की तरह ही एक नया छोड़ता है, एक आइटम छोड़ता है जिसका नाम है ग्रेविस्टार। अब उसके नाम से ही पता चलता है कि इससे ग्रेविटी से कुछ लिंक होगा। तो इस ग्रेविस्टार बोलते हैं इसको, ग्रेविस्टार, जो स्टैंड करता है ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। मतलब ये एक नए तरीके का ये एक जानवर है जो ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार होता है, जो ब्लैक होल से भिन्न होता है। ब्लैक होल क्या करता है? हर चीज अपनी तरफ खींचता है ग्रेविटी की वजह से, लेकिन ये ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार बन जाता है। और अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए या हमें ग्रेविस्टार कहीं दिख जाए, ऐसा देखने में आ रहा है कि कई जगहों पे जो हमारी साइंटिफिक थियरीज है वो ये कह रही हैं कि यहाँ पे ये ब्लैक होल नहीं है बल्कि एक ग्रेविस्टार है। तो लेकिन इस पे शोध चल रहा है। तो अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए कि ग्रेविस्टार होता है, तो हमारे ब्रह्मांड की समझ पूरी की पूरी बदल जाएगी। तो दोस्तों, आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें मदद मिलेगी अपने वीडियो की पहुंच को असेस करने के लिए। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो जो स्टार का एंड क्यों होता है, क्योंकि वो अपना जो ईंधन होता है, जिसका जो ईंधन होता है वो हाइड्रोजन, हीलियम या कोई भी एलिमेंट उनको कंबाइन करता है और उससे वो फ्यूजन रिएक्शन होता है, जिससे काफ़ी हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है और एक बैलेंसिंग एक्ट की तरह काम करता है कि उसके कोर में हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है जो ग्रेविटी को बैलेंस करती है, ग्रेविटी को अलाउ नहीं करती है कि पूरे स्टार को कोलैप्स होने दे। तो वो अंदर से एक टग ऑफ वॉर चलता है और ये करोड़ों साल तक चलता रहता है। लेकिन एक दिन ऐसा आता है जब पूरे की पूरी जो उसकी जो मटेरियल है वो कंज्यूम हो चुका होता है और उसकी एक लिमिट होती है जो होती है आयरन। आयरन का पीरियोडिक टेबल पे जो नंबर है वो 60 है। मतलब कि जो 60 अगर उसमें आयरन बन गया उसके कोर के अंदर, तो उसके बाद 60 आयरन के जो एटम्स हैं अगर कंबाइन करेंगे तो कितना आता है दोस्तों, 120। तो 120 जो एलिमेंट है वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है हमारी पीरियोडिक टेबल के ऊपर, मतलब नेचर में एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है, तो वो आयरन जो है वो आगे कंबाइन नहीं हो पाता है। तो उसकी वजह से जो ग्रेविटी है उस स्टार की वो टेक ओवर कर लेती है और इंस्टेंटली विद इन 1 सेकेंड, मतलब 30%, 30 माइक्रो सेकेंड के अंदर वो पूरा का पूरा स्टार कोलैप्स हो जाता है और सुपरनोवा में तब्दील हो जाता है। और जब वो ऐसा करता है तो जो कोर होता है स्टार का वो इतनी जो उसको उसको इतने ज़्यादा किक मिलती है कि वो कोलैप्स हो जाता है ब्लैक होल के अंदर, और जो बाहर वाला जो उसका जो लेयर है स्टार की वो बाहर की तरफ एक्सप्लोड कर जाती है, जिसको हम सुपरनोवा बोलते हैं। लेकिन जो बचता है वो एक सिंगुलैरिटी है। मतलब सिंगुलैरिटी मतलब कि उसके अंदर उस हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। उस वो इतना छोटा होता है कि हम उसको मेजर ही नहीं कर सकते। उसकी डेंसिटी इनफाइनाइट हो जाती है, उसकी स्पेस ज़ीरो हो जाती है। तो ये चीज़ें इन्फिनिटीज़ में पहुंच जाती हैं, जिसलिए हम उसको बोलते हैं सिंगुलैरिटी। हाँ, हालांकि सिंगुलैरिटी आज तक प्रूव नहीं हो पाई है, बट वो एक मैथमेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट बन के रह गई है, क्योंकि हम ब्लैक होल के अंदर देख नहीं सकते, तो इसलिए हमें ये पता नहीं होता कि ब्लैक होल के अंदर क्या है। 2001 में वैज्ञानिकों ने ये देखा कि सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं होती है और कई दफ़ा सिंगुलैरिटी ना होके ब्लैक होल की बजाय एक ग्रेविस्टार का जन्म होता है इस प्रोसेस के बाद। तो ग्रेविस्टार का मतलब क्या है? ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। अब कल्पना करें कि एक बहुत बड़ा जो स्टार है वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है और ब्लैक होल बनने के बजाय एक बहुत ही सख्त एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है। मतलब ब्लैक होल तो इंटरनल जाता है, लेकिन ये शेल के अंदर अंदर क्या है उसके अंदर हमें पता नहीं, लेकिन बाहर का जो आवरण है वो एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल बन जाता है और उसके बाद वो स्टेबल हो जाता है। उसके अंदर का जो हिस्सा होता है वो वैक्यूम होता है। उसके अंदर वैक्यूम होता है, बाहर एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल होता है, एक गुब्बारे की तरह होता है। बाहर ठोस परत होती है, अंदर एकदम खाली होता है, लेकिन सामान्य खाली नहीं होता है। उसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी होती है, डार्क एनर्जी से भरा होता है। और इस मॉडल को एक सिंगुलैरिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। मतलब अगर स्टार पूरा कोलैप्स हो जाए तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी चाहिए हमारे मैथमेटिकल जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं उनको स्टेबल करने के लिए। लेकिन अगर ग्रेविस्टार है तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं है, अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है और बाहर से उसमें एक ट्रांसपेरेंट, एक बहुत ही हार्ड एक शेल है। और ग्रेविस्टार अगर बने अब हमें मिल जाए तो ये हमें जनरल रिलेटिविटी और क्वांटम फिजिक्स में एक सिमिलरिटी भी हमें जो प्रदान करता है, जो आज की डेट में हम दोनों के अंदर जो सामंजस्य है वो ढूंढ नहीं पाए हैं। क्योंकि जो क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स है वो अपनी तरह से चलता है, उसके अपने फॉर्मूलाज हैं, और जो रिलेटिविटी है वो अपनी तरीके से चलता है, उसके अपने मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूलाज हैं। जब दोनों को मिलाते हैं तो हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। तो यही होता है सिंगुलैरिटी में। तो हम काफ़ी हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट हैं वो करीब 100 साल से 120 सालों से इन दोनों के बीच में सामंजस्य लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार एक ऐसा एक हाइपोथेटिकल वो एक ऑब्जेक्ट है यूनिवर्स में जो इन दोनों के बीच में सिमिलरिटी ला सकता है और उनके जो हमारी जो फिजिक्स है उसको भी कंप्लीट कर देता है। तो अब ये है कि ग्रेविस्टार कहाँ पे पाया जाता है। अब कई दफ़ा बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार हमारे जो गैलेक्सी का जो सेंटर है वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है। वो ऐसा बोला जाता है कि वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है और एक ब्लैक होल है, या एक ब्लैक होल और ग्रेविस्टार दोनों ही वहाँ मौजूद होते हैं, ऐसा बोला जाता है। इस पर रिसर्च चल रही है, इन दोनों चीज़ों को प्रूव करने की बहुत ही ज़्यादा कोशिश चल रही है। अब आप देखिए कि अगर इसके अंदर ट्रांसपेरेंट एक कवर है और अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है, तो इसका मतलब कि अंदर एक पूरा छोटा एक ब्रह्मांड है, इसके अंदर एक पूरा मिनी यूनिवर्स है, जिसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी भी होगा, डार्क मैटर भी होगा, और इसके अंदर प्लैनेट्स होंगे, गैलेक्सीज होगा। तो ये जो ग्रेविस्टार है, ये एक ग्रेविटेशनल एक फोर्स बन जाता है, लेकिन वो ब्लैक होल की तरह सिंगुलरिटी नहीं बनता, बट कि एक मिनी यूनिवर्स बन जाता है उसके अंदर। और जो अंदर उसके जो लोग रहते हैं या जो ग्रह होते हैं, उनको नहीं पता होता कि बाहर क्या है। वो शेल के बाहर नहीं देख सकते। जो शेल होता है वो ट्रांसपेरेंट होता है, लेकिन उसके बाहर वो जहाँ उनके देख नहीं सकते, क्योंकि शेल पे स्पीड ऑफ लाइट होती है, जो आपको पता होगा ब्लैक होल के जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं वो उसमें लगते हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार अगर सच में मौजूद है, अभी तक हमारे पास कोई सीधा प्रमाण नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ मैथमेटिकल एक प्रमाण हो सकता है, जो एक अनुमान लगाया जा सकता है, क्योंकि इन चीज़ों को देखना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, दिखाई नहीं देते, कुछ भी वहाँ से रेडिएशन बाहर आता नहीं है। जब तक कुछ आता नहीं है बाहर, हम उसको देख नहीं सकते। तो दोस्तों, ये एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी शोध किया जा रहा है, और मैं जानना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि आपको क्या लगता है कि ग्रेविस्टार होंगे, या सब सारे जो तारे हैं, बड़े स्टार्स हैं, जब वो अपना अंत में आते हैं तो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट होते हैं? कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं, और हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब ज़रूर करें। अगर आप विज्ञान की यात्रा में अगर आप उत्सुक हैं तो हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें। मिलता हूँ जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। सीखते रहें, आगे बढ़ते रहें। माय नेम इज सीके। सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट वन।
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depended on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how company recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very, very
fast and very the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and the getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work, and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring a kind of a balance, a story of a balance, you know. The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weighed against the fairness sometimes. And maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid, you know, algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, you know. So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. You know, the company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability, and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. Before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term uh, firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is a secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sound like a theological concept, but let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot, it is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression; it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome. You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule. And because talking, we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is a verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite. And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one. Namaskaram, friends. You are most welcome. In the year 2008, the skies over Bengaluru witnessed a historic moment that changed the trajectory of Indian aviation forever. The day India took flight. The Tejas 2008 breakthrough recounts the critical flight test of the indigenously developed light combat aircraft LCA. Today we know this aircraft as Tejas. This wasn't just another test flight, it was a definitive turning point for India's self reliance in advanced defense technology. From drawing board of the Aeronautical Development Agency ADA to the hangars of Hall, we look back at the immense engineering effort, the technical challenges overcome, and the sheer grit required to build a world class fighter from the ground up. Let's go and explore this further. There is a specific sound that defines a nation's ambition. It is the roar of the jet engine. Not one bought from the foreign power, not one assembled from imported kits, but one forged right here in the heart of India. For decades, India relied on others to protect our skies, from the MiG of the Soviet era to the Jaguars and Mirages of Europe. Our defense was a patchwork of global technology. But in 2008, the narrative shifted. We aren't just talking about a flight test, we are talking about the psychological barrier being broken here. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. Today we are looking at the Tejas 2008 breakthrough. Why does this specific year matter so much in the history of light combat aircraft? And what does it mean for the India's journey towards true Atmanirbharta or self-reliance? Let's dive in. To understand the victory of 2008, you have to understand the frustration that came before it. The Light Combat Aircraft program was sanctioned in 1983. Its goal to replace aging MiG-21 fleet. But this was a small task. We were trying to design a delta wing supersonic fighter that could hold its own in modern combat. And then came the 1990s, following the Pokhran 2 nuclear test in the year 1998. India faced severe sanctions. Crucial software and material was suddenly cut off. The world expected the project to collapse. Instead, Indian scientists and the engineers, brilliant mind at DRDO, ADA, and HAL, did something extraordinary. They did not just find a workaround, they developed their own. That pressure cooker environment in the 90s is exactly why the 2008 progress was so significant. It wasn't just good enough, it was testament to the fact that when India is pushed, India pushes back with innovation. So, why focus on 2008? It wasn't the first flight that happened in 2001. 2008 was a year of maturation. It was a year we transitioned from a proof of concept to a weapon system. In 2008, the Tejas program hits critical milestone in high altitude testing and weapons integration. This was a year the platform began proving that its fly-by-wire system, one of the most complex flight control system in the world, was not just functional but also reliable. Think about what that means. A fly-by-wire system is basically a computer acting as the pilot's brain. It interprets the pilot's inputs and make thousands of micro adjustments per second to keep the jet stable. When our pilot took the Tejas up in 2008, they weren't just flying a plane, they were validating an entire digital architecture built by Indian engineers. In 2008, breakthrough sent a shockwave through the global defense industry. It signaled that India was no longer just a buyer, we were now a developer of weapon system. This success brought several key advantages. Number one, composite mastery. The Tejas uses carbon fiber composites for its structure. This made the jet incredibly light and strong, giving it an edge in the maneuverability that surprised the international observers. Number two, the intellectual property right. By owning the design, we aren't at the mercy of the foreign vendors for upgrades. If we needed a software patch, we wrote it. If we needed a hardware change, we engineered it. Number three is the psychological shift. It proved to the next generation of engineers that a made in India fighter jet wasn't a pipe dream. It was a reality sitting on the tarmac in Bengaluru. In the year 2008, confidence is the direct ancestor of what we see today. The Tejas MK1A, the upcoming MK2, the TED BF, all of these programs trace their DNA back to the grid shown in 2008. When we look back at the photos of the footage from that era, we see a team of people who were tired, stressed, but absolutely elated. They knew they had achieved something that until that point only handful of nations on earth could claim. The ability to design the fly an advanced fourth generation plus fighter jet is now India was a member of that elite group. The Tejas isn't perfect. No fighter jet in its early stage is, but its story is one of the persistence. It's a story of how a nation decided that its security was too important to be left to someone else. So next time when you see Tejas soaring through the skies during an air show, remember you're not just looking at the machine, you're looking at the result of thousands of hours of late night coding, structural testing, and the refusal to quit until 2008. So friends, what do you think is most impressive feature of Tejas? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the Indian aviation history, hit that like button, subscribe the channel and ring the bell so you don't miss out our next breakdown. I am CK and I will see you very soon in the next one. Jai Hind.
In the vast heritage of Indian science, where sages mapped the stars and healers preserved life, Shalihotra stands as world's first veterinary doctor. His Shalihotra Samhita, composed over 2 millennia ago, transformed the care of horses from battlefield necessity into a discipline of compassion and precision. In 2026, his vision feels strikingly modern, reminding us that the true science serve not only the progress but empathy for all living beings. So let us find out more about Shalihotra, the veterinary doctor. In the annals of ancient Indian science, where the sages mapped the stars and physician healed the body, one figure stands out for turning his gaze towards the animal kingdom. Shalihotra, often hailed as the father of veterinary science, lived around 3rd century BC and composed Shalihotra Samhita, a monumental text devoted to the care and treatment and the anatomy of horses. At times when horses were the lifeblood of armies, agriculture, and trade, his work was not merely technical, it was civilizational. As Shalihotra Samhita contained over 12,000 verses detailing diseases, surgical procedures, and preventive care for horses. It described dental structure, hoof condition, and even the psychology of these animals. Shalihotra's approach was holistic. He saw the horses not as a machine of war, but as a living being whose health was intertwined with human destiny. His text became a cornerstone for veterinary knowledge across Asia, influencing later traditions in Persia, Arabia, and beyond. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, taking this subject forward, in 2026, Shalihotra's legacy feels strikingly relevant. In an age where veterinary science has expanded to genetics, biotechnology, animal welfare, and his emphasis on compassion and systematic observation resonate deeply. Modern veterinary doctors now grapple with zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debates around factory farming. Shalihotra's insistence on preventive care and respect for animal offers a timeless reminder. Science must serve both utility and empathy. The echoes of his work can be seen in today's One Health movement, which recognizes the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. Just as Shalihotra understood that the well-being of horses shape the well-being of society, modern scientists acknowledge that pandemic, food security, and ecological balance depends on how we treat animals, how we behave with the animals. His vision, born in ancient India, aligned seamlessly with the global challenges of 2026. Moreover, Shalihotra's contribution highlights that India's role in pioneering scientific thought long before the modern institution. In the classroom and galleries today, his name stands along the side of Sushruta, who is the father of surgery, and Charak, and of course the Aryabhat, as a proof that science in India was never confined to human medicines or mathematics. It embraced the full spectrum of life. His work reminds us that the innovation is not only about discovering new technologies, but also about nurturing the bond between species. Shalihotra's story is not just about horses. It is about humanity's evolving relationship with living world. His verses whisper across the centuries that knowledge without compassion is incomplete. And the caring of animal is caring of ourselves. So, as the veterinary science in 2026 explores that gene editing, AI-driven diagnostics, and sustainable livestock practices, Shalihotra's spirit lingers, urging the balance between the progress and the ethics. Shalihotra's legacy definitely whisper across the century, and the health of animal is inseparable from the destiny of humankind. as veterinary science embrace AIs and the genetic therapies and One Health initiative in 2026, his timeless wisdom endures, urging balance between innovation and compassion. So now we have come to the end of this subject, this live streaming. Please like and subscribe our channel. We look forward your comments on this topic. We'll meet again. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Did you know that Earth is actively sailing through debris of an ancient stellar explosion? Scientists drilling deep into tens of thousands of year old Antarctica ice have just confirmed a mind-blowing cosmic secret. Our solar system is traveling through radioactive cloud left behind by an ancient supernova. In this video, we break down an incredible discovery made by international research team. By analyzing pristine ancient ice layers in Antarctica, scientists detected traces of iron-60, a rare radioactive isotope that only forms during a supernova. Let us explore this further. Antarctica, it is the coldest, driest and most isolated continent on Earth. For centuries, we have treated it as a pristine time capsule of our own planet's history. But recently, an international team of scientists drilling deep into the ancient ice sheets uncovered something that doesn't belong to Earth. In fact, it doesn't even belong to our solar system. Deep within the tens of thousands of years old ice layers, researchers found a steady, undeniable influx of a rare radioactive space dust. And the data tells us a story that sounds like straight up science fiction. Right now, you are actually sitting here watching this video. Our planet is sailing directly through a radioactive debris of an alien supernova. We aren't just looking at the remnant of the dead star through our telescopes anymore. We are actively breathing them in. We are traveling through cosmic cloud of stellar wreckage. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. How did scientists figure this out from a block of ice? What exactly is lurking in the cosmic cloud? And should we be worried about radiation? Let's break it down. To understand how we know this, we have to look at the specific cosmic fingerprint. An isotope known as iron 60. Now, normal iron is incredibly common on Earth and also on Moon, and also on Mars and other rocky planets, also rest of the solar system. It's in our own skyscrapers, our cars, and hemoglobin carrying oxygen through the blood right now. But iron 60 is a different one. It's a radioactive cousin of normal iron, packing 4 extra neutrons in its nucleus. And here is the thing about iron 60. It is not native to Earth. It cannot be naturally produced by any geological or chemical processes on our planet. It can't even be cooked up by a normal process inside our sun. There is only one place in the universe with the chaotic energy, extreme pressure, and the mind-boggling temperatures required to forge iron 60. The heart of a dying massive star during a supernova explosion. When these stars explode, they blast out heavy elements across light years of empty space like a cosmic shrapnel. But here is the real kicker. Iron 60 is radioactive and it has half-life of about 2.6 million years. Now 2.6 million years might sound like a long time, but in cosmic terms, in a universe which is 13.8 billion years old, that's a blink of an eye. If iron 60 had been on Earth when our planet formed 4.5 billion years ago, every single atom of it would have decayed into a stable nickel billions of years ago. There should be zero iron 60 left on Earth, and yet we just found it. Fresh, undecayed, and perfectly preserved in the snow of Antarctica. So how do we catch this space dust? You use the cleanest net on Earth, the Antarctica ice sheet, because Antarctica experiences almost no industrial pollution, and because its snow accumulation builds neatly layer by layer, century after century, it acts like a giant frozen hard drive, logging everything that falls from the sky. An international research team took samples of the snow and ice dating back tens of thousands of years. They carefully melted it down, filtered it, and ran it through incredibly sensitive piece of machinery called the accelerator mass spectrometer. They weren't looking for pounds of stuff, they were hunting for individual atoms. And against all odds, they found them. Scattered through the snow layers was light but steady rain of iron 60. But finding it wasn't even the biggest surprise. The real shocker was where they found it in the timeline. In the past, scientists had found deep sea sedimentation, containing iron 60 from millions of years ago, indicating that Earth passed near a supernova in the distant past. But these spikes died down. The Antarctica ice core showed something fundamentally different. The influx of iron 60 hasn't stopped. It is happening right now. The snow that fell just a few thousand years ago and the snow falling today carries this interstellar signature. This means Earth isn't just looking at the ghostly echoes of an old explosion. We are actively driving through the debris cloud right now. So, what is this cloud we are sailing through? Astronomers call it the Local Interstellar Cloud, or the LIC for short. It's a massive structure of gas and dust spanning about 30 light years across. For the past several thousand years, our entire solar system, which is Sun, Earth, Mars, all of us have been plowing through the cloud at a staggering speed, roughly about 50,000 miles an hour. For a long time, we didn't know exactly what the local interstellar cloud was made of or where it came from. But thanks to the Antarctica ice data, we finally have the answer. The LIC is the literal edge, the expanding shock wave of an ancient supernova, or potentially a cluster of supernovae that exploded millions of years ago in our cosmic neighborhood. Imagine a firework exploding in the sky. Long after the bright flash fades, a ring of smoke keeps expanding outward through the air. Our solar system has essentially driven right into the expanding ring of cosmic smoke. As our planet moves through it, Earth's gravity sweeps up the heavy dust particles, dragging them through our atmosphere, where they gently settle into the polar ice. Now, hearing these words like radioactive space dust and alien supernova debris might make you wonder, are we in danger? Is this radioactive cloud threatening the life on Earth? The short answer is no. We are perfectly safe, and we have two incredible shields to thank for it. The first shield belongs to our sun. It's called the heliosphere. The sun constantly blows out powerful streams of charged particle known as solar wind. This wind creates a gigantic magnetic bubble that surrounds the entire system. As we sail through local interstellar cloud, the heliosphere acts like the bow of a ship, deflecting the vast majority of interstellar gas, cosmic rays, and dangerous radiation around us. Only the heaviest, densest bit of matter like tiny grains of dust laced with iron 60 have enough momentum to punch through the heliosphere and make it to the inner solar system. And the tiny fraction of the dust that does make it to Earth has to face our second shield, our atmosphere and magnetic field. By the time these atoms drift down to the surface of Antarctica, they are also incredibly sparse that they pose absolutely zero health risk. Instead of a threat, this cloud is a gift. It's an unprecedented scientific gold mine. It allows us to study the chemistry of a dying star without ever leaving our planet. This discovery completely changes how we think about our place in the universe. We often view our solar system as an isolated, peaceful bubble, completely cut off from the chaotic deep space beyond. But the Antarctica ice has shattered that illusion. It proves Earth is deeply, intimately connected to the wider galaxy. We are dynamic travelers in changing cosmic landscape. Astronomers estimate that our solar system will finish its voyage through the local interstellar cloud in the next 10 to 20,000 years. As we exit, we will sail into a new region of interstellar space, and the layers of Antarctica snow will record that transition too. It's a beautiful reminder that we are all quite literally made of stardust, and right now we are sailing through the very force that created us. And therefore, friends, if you found this discovery as mind blowing as I did, make sure to smash that like button. It really helps the channel out. Let me know in the comments below, how do you feel to know that you're breathing an ancient supernova dust right now? Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating space breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next voyage, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
the hushed chamber of Ming era medicine, where the wisdom was linked on scrolls and remedies brewed in porcelain jars, a startling secret has resurfaced. An anesthetic formula centuries ahead of its time. More than a potion, it was a calculated blend of herbs, philosophy designed to silence the pain and study the spirit. This discovery does not just rewrite medical history, it reveals a civilization that understood the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, compassion and science. So, the Ming dynasty, often celebrated for its art and for its architecture, now stands illuminated as a pioneer in surgical sophistication. A proof that the quest to ease human suffering is as old as civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. The corridors of history often conceal treasures that redefine our understanding of human ingenuity. One such revelation has emerged from Ming dynasty, where the scholars have uncovered evidence of sophisticated anesthetic use centuries before the modern medicine codified the practice. This discovery does more than enrich the annals of pharmacology. It illuminates the depth of Chinese medicine philosophy and its seamless blend of science, ritual, and pragmatism. So the Ming era, spanning 14th to 17th centuries, was a period of flourishing scholarships and innovations and the cultural refinement. Physicians of the time were they are heirs of millennia of accumulated wisdom and drawing from the classical text of Han dynasty and practical refinement of Song era healers. So yet that what sets this anesthetic apart is its demonstration of deliberate calculated approach to pain management. Far from being a crude concoction, it was actually carefully blended mixture of herbal compound designed to dull the sensation, calm the spirit, and allow surgical interventions to proceed with minimal suffering. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, archaeological and textual evidence suggests that the anesthetic combined with ingredients like wine, opium, derivatives, and a specific herb known for their seductive properties. So these formulas were not accidental. It is reflected a nuanced understanding of pharmacodynamics and even if it expressed in the language of yin and yang and the five elements. So this is how things is being expressed and defined. So physicians recognized that certain substance could quiet the heart and soften the sinews, and metaphors that today translates into seduction and muscle relaxation. So the sophistication lies in the precision. Doses were calibrated to induce unconsciousness without tipping into a fatal toxicity, a balance that modern anesthesiology still grapple with. So the discovery also reframes our perception of Ming era surgeries. So while often imagined as limited to caution related or superficial procedures, records now suggest that more invasive operations were attempted in those days and supported by anesthetic techniques. So dental extraction and access drainage of these acids, and even the rudimentary abdominal interventions may have been performed under the veil of this herbal seduction. So the anesthetic was not merely a tool, actually. It was a gateway enabling physician to push the boundaries of what was surgically possible in their time. So equally compelling is the cultural context. So in Ming philosophy, medicine was never actually divorced from the morality and cosmology. The act of easing the pain was not only a technical achievement but a moral duty aligned with the Confucian's ideals of benevolence and Taoist principle of harmony. So administrating anesthetic was thus both a scientific act and a ritual of compassion, and reinforcing the physician's role as a guardian of balance between body, spirit, and society. For the modern science, the implications are profound. So this anesthetic challenges the narrative that places the birth of anesthesia in 19th century with ether and chloroform. Instead, it actually reveals a parallel lineage of innovation in the East, where the empirical observation and the herbal experimentation also laid the groundwork for the pain management centuries earlier. So it also invites a contemporary pharmacologist to revisit the ancient formula with a fresh eye. What compounds might still hold an untapped potential for modern therapeutics? So that is one thing which everybody, especially the physicians, need to study about this. So in a broader sweep of history, the Ming anesthetic is a reminder that the progress is rarely linear or isolated. Civilizations across the globe have wrestled with some fundamental questions. How do we alleviate suffering, or how do we decrease the suffering and elevate the kind of health of mankind? How do we transform knowledge into healing? So the answer, whether inscribed in bamboo, slips or parchment or digital code, the converge is the shared human pursuit of mastery over pain. So pain management is definitely a very, very deep, it gives a deep impact, and at the same time it requires a kind of a profound treatment by surgeons and doctors even today. So ultimately, the uncovering of this anesthetic is not just a scientific milestone. It is a testament of enduring sophistication of Chinese medicine. It shows that centuries ago, physicians were already navigating the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, and wielding herbs and philosophy with a precision that resonates even today. So in their hand, the anesthesia was more than a chemistry. It was a compassion distilled into a practice, a bridge between tangible body and the intangible spirit. So, and in rediscovering this wisdom, we are reminded that the quest to heal is as ancient as civilization itself, and as timeless as the human desire to relieve, dignity, and care. So the rediscovery of this Ming era anesthesia is more than a historical curiosity. It is a reminder that compassion and innovation have always walked hand in hand. And centuries before ether and the chloroform, Chinese physicians were already navigating the fragile boundaries between pain and relief, body and the spirit. So their silence auxiliary actually revealed civilization and attuned but to the dignity of the patient and the whole practice of medicines, especially in pain management. In honoring their wisdom, we see that the pursuit of easing suffering is timeless and echoing across the ages as one of the humanity's most profound achievement. What you feel about it, what you say, would like to add to this in the comments. So I look forward for your comments on this subject. So thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Is India finally ready to break its dependence on the expensive energy import? In order to answer this very profound question, we will actually discuss about a massive move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Union Cabinet has officially greenlit a huge project which is worth 37,500 crore, and this project includes coal gasification scheme. This ambitious project aims to transform India's vast coal reserves into cleaner synthetic gas, chemicals, and fuels, potentially saving the economy billions in import bills. Let us discuss this further. India is at the crossroads. We are one of the world's fastest growing economies, but there has been a massive hole in our pocket. Every year we spend billions, literally trillions of rupees to import energy. We were talking about LNG, urea, methanol, etc. But what if I told you that the solution isn't coming from overseas? It's already here, buried right under our feet. On May 13th, 2026, Union Cabinet chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi dropped a bombshell. A 37,500 crore incentive scheme for coal gasification. This isn't just a subsidy, it's a high stake bet to turn our black gold into clean usable gas. Is this the masterstroke that finally end our reliance on foreign fuels? Or is it a billion-dollar gamble on a controversial technology? Today we are going to break down the 37,500 crore deal, which is about coal gasification. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue. Let's look at the numbers. India hold one of the world's largest coal reserves, roughly 401 billion tons. Yet we are the world's biggest importers of energy. We import over 50% of our liquefied natural gas. We import nearly 90% of methanol and ammonia. We are 100% dependent on import for that today. This makes us vulnerable. When global prices spikes because of a war in the Middle East or supply chain issue in Europe, India pays the price at the petrol pump and at the grocery stores. The government message is very clear. We have the coal. Why are we buying the gas? To understand the bet, you have to understand the tech. The coal gasification is not burning coal, it is traditional power plant. You burn coal to create heat. In gasification, you heat coal in a controlled low oxygen environment with steam. Instead of smoke, this chemical reaction creates something called syngas, which is short of synthetic gas, a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Why is syngas better? Because it is versatile. You can turn it into electricity. You can, also chemicals like methanol and ammonia for fertilizers. Synthetic natural gas, can replace LNG. Hydrogen for the future of clean transport. So, what does this new scheme actually do? The government is putting its money where its mouth is. This 37,500 crore fund is designed to de-risk these massive projects. And here is a deal. The government will provide financial incentive to up to 20% of the cost of the plant and machinery. It is capped at 5,000 crore for a single project to ensure no one company hawks the whole fund. And what is the goal here? To gasify 100 million tons of coal by 2030. The government expects this scheme to trigger a massive rupees 2.5 to rupees 3 lakh crore in total investment from the private and public sector. Companies like Coal India, BHEL and GAIL are already lining up. This isn't just about energy, it's about food security and forex saving. Think about urea. India's agriculture depends on the urea. Urea requires ammonia, which we currently import. By making ammonia from domestic coal, we insulate our farmers from the global price shocks and the forex factor. In 2025 alone, our import bill for these products was a staggering 2.77 lakh crores. If you can cut even a quarter of that, it is a massive win for the Indian rupee. Plus, this scheme is technology agnostic, meaning it encourages indigenous Indian technology, reducing our reliance on foreign contractors. Now, let's address the elephant in the room: the environment. Is coal, ever truly clean? Technically, coal gasification is cleaner than burning coal. It allows for easier capture of CO2 and removes pollutant like sulfur before the gas is used. However, it is still a fossil fuel. Critics argue that the overall carbon footprint is still significant unless we add carbon capture and storage (CCS) technology. But for India, this is a bridge technology. It's like for some temporary measures. We can switch to 100% solar overnight without risking blackouts. Gasification allows us to use our existing coal more efficiently while we build our renewable grid. The 37,500 crore is a massive bet. If it works, India could save billions, create thousands of jobs, and finally stop being at the mercy of the global oil and gas market. The target is 2030, 100 million tons. One giant leap for Indian energy, and therefore, friends, this is very, very significant. And I like to know what you think. Is coal gasification right? A bridge to a cleaner future, or should we have put this 37,000 crore directly into solar and wind? Do let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like this video if you found this helpful, and subscribe for more deep dives into Indian economy, India's future. And friends, if you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to send your questions as well. I will see you in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, when we think of space weather, our mind instinctively turns towards sun. Its flares, its storms and its endless stream of solar wind. Yet, hidden in the plain sight, another force has been shaping the cosmos environment, and that is above us. Any idea? I'm just talking about lightning. The familiar crackles in the sky, once thought to be kind of earth-centric. Earth storm is defined with the lightning, is now revealed as a messenger to the heavens. With each flash, electromagnetic whispers race upwards, weaving into ionosphere and beyond, and certainly altering the conditions that of satellites, astronauts and the global communication that depends upon. So this revelation actually sparked by a small but mighty NASA satellite, and which reframes the lightning not as a spectacle, but which is definitely earlier it was considered as a local spectacles, but now as a global player in the theater of space. It is a reminder that the storm outside your window is not just a weather, it is a part of a revolution, and it's how we understand that the delicate balance between earth and the cosmos.
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, awe-inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and which but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers for these airy and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation bands and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between the sky and cosmos, and that these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made lot of difference, you know. So and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transforms every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So, as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So, what is certain is that the spark has been lit and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain, and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite. So, in the world where the billions of calculations occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually reminds us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very, very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yield zero. That zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were ground-breaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is his name is Brahmagupta. So equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns. and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity, a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It contains to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmagupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So closing this story on Brahmagupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep. in your studio. And also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Today we are discussing about the neutron stars. Neutron stars are essentially giant atomic nuclei, but even they have a limit to how much mass they can pack into a tiny space. When they cross that threshold, they stop being a star and start becoming the most mysterious object in existence, and that is the black hole. In today's video, we are exploring the exact moment a neutron star collapses, and we break down the complex physics of stellar death into simple terms, explaining the tipping point that leads to total gravitational collapse. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine the object the size of a city, roughly about 20 kilometers across, that contains more mass than our entire sun. If you could scoop up a single teaspoon of the material, it would weigh as much as Mount Everest. And this is known as neutron star. You know what we have heard described so far. It is the crushed, degenerated remains of a dead star held together by the most incredible force in the universe. But even these titans have breaking points. Today we are asking the question, what happens when a neutron star finally loses its battle against gravity? And why does that defeat the lead to the creation of the black hole itself? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the collapse, we first have to understand why they don't collapse in the first place. A neutron star isn't a burning fuel like a normal star. It's dead. So what's keeping it from imploding? It's the principle called the neutron degeneracy pressure. Think of it like this. Atoms are mostly empty space. When the star collapses, the gravity is so strong that it forces protons and electrons together until they fuse into a neutron. You end up with a giant sphere of pure, dense nuclear matter. Those neutrons hate being squashed too much together, too close together. They push back. That pushback is what creates a physical wall against the gravity. However, there is a limit to that as well. That limit is called the Tolman Oppenheimer Volkoff limit, or in other words, short TOV limit, named after the physicist who first crunched the numbers. And the TOV limit tells us that the neutron degeneracy uh, pressure can only support up to 2.1 to 2.3 times the mass of our sun. Think of it like a bridge. If you add one truck too many, the bridge fails. In the universe, if a neutron star gains mass, perhaps by stealing material from a companion star or colliding with another neutron star, it crosses that threshold. The bridge of degeneracy pressure snaps. Once that mass threshold is crossed, the game is over. The gravity stops being a force that the star can resist and become an inevitable destiny. The core begins to contract, but it doesn't just shrink, it essentially exits our observable universe because there is no known force in the laws of physics capable of stopping that contraction. The star keeps collapsing smaller and smaller and smaller. It shrinks past its own event horizon. At that point, not even light can escape the gravity. So, where does it go? Does it vanish? It doesn't disappear. It becomes a singularity, a point of infinite density, which is also known as the black hole. The material that used to be a bustling, spinning, magnetic neutron star is now permanent rip in the fabric of space-time. We call it nothingness because we can no longer see it, touch it, or send signal to it. It has essentially removed itself from our reality. The death of neutron star is the ultimate testament to the power of the gravity. It's a reminder that our universe, there are rules, and when you push those rules to the absolute limit, physics itself forces a change in the state of existence. So friends, next time you look at stars, remember, some of them aren't just sitting there, they are holding on for the dear life, balanced on a razor's edge between being a star and becoming a black hole in the fabric of space and time. Thanks for watching. If you want to dive deep into the mysterious cosmos, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. And friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further.
In the world of high-stake business, we are taught to chase the gold. We celebrate the record-breaking IPOs, the quarterly wins, and the market dominance. On the flip side, we are taught to fear the mud, the PR crisis, the missed targets, and the economic downturns. But as a CEO, and all CEO knows this constant oscillation between euphoria and anxiety is quite exhausting. It leads to burnout, biased decision making, and the leadership style that is reactive rather than strategic. What if there is a way to lead from the place of total stability, a state of mind where your internal peace isn't tied to the stock ticker? Over 7,000 years ago, a profound piece of wisdom was shared on a battlefield that is more relevant to the modern boardroom than any MBA syllabus. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 8. Today we are going to dive deep and break down how this one verse can transform you into an unshakable CEO. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself. The quote starts, "A person is said to be established in self-realization, and it's called a yogi when he is fully satisfied by the virtue of the acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it is pebbles, stone, or gold, as one and the same thing." Quote close. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you stop caring about your company. It means you change your relationship with the results. The verse identify three key areas, three key traits of the unshakable leaders. First, acquired knowledge combined with practical experience. Obviously, you can't shake that off. Number two, control over the senses, which includes your ego as well, and also different kinds of extensions that you may have. Number three, ability to see stones and mud and gold with an equal eye, right? That is quite difficult. Now let's get real about the gold and mud. Just look at your office. The gold is that massive Series C funding or being featured on the cover of Forbes magazine. When things are gold, your ego expands. We think we have figured it out, all of it. We become overconfident. take reckless risk and lose their humility that built the company in the first place. The mud is the supply chain collapse, the key executive quitting, or the negative cycle, some sort of a press release which is negative in nature. When we hit the mud, we panic. We make short-term decisions based on fear, which often makes the situation worse. The Gita tells us that the self-realized leader sees these as equal. Why? Because they are both external and temporary. If your happiness is tied to the gold, you are a slave to the market. If your identity is destroyed by the mud, you aren't leading, you are merely reacting. The unshakable CEO realizes that the value of the soul and the integrity of the mission do not change based on the material outcome of the day. How do we actually implement this? It comes down to three pillars. Pillar number one, knowledge versus realization. Most CEOs have the gyan, which is book knowledge. They know the spreadsheet, but the Gita tells you to get into realized wisdom. This is the gut feeling backed by a calm mind. It is knowing that this too shall pass, right? So what action you can take? When the crisis hit, don't just look at the data. Sit in silence for 5 minutes to separate your identity from the problem. All right, moving on to the pillar number 2, sensory mastery. In modern terms, this is the emotional intelligence. Your senses react to notification, angry emails, and market rumors. A leader, who has a filter, they can choose which input to react to. They don't let a bad morning meeting ruin a $1 billion afternoon strategy, right? You need to keep them separate. Moving on to pillar number 3, the equal vision. This is the hardest part. Seeing gold and stones as equal doesn't mean you trade gold for stones. It means you don't let the gold intoxicate you and you don't let the stones depress you. You remain your behavior is very steadfast like a rock, the unchanging center of the storm. When you become unshakable, your decisions, making capability improves. In fact, it improves so good, it becomes clinical in nature. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot afford to be excited by the patient's wealth or disgusted by their wounds. They must see their anatomy as it is to perform the operation. The unshakable CEO performs market surgery because you aren't desperate for the gold or terrified of the mud. You see the truth of the situation. You see opportunities where others see disaster. You see risk where others see easy wins. This objectivity is the highest form of business intelligence. Becoming an unshakable CEO isn't the weekend workshop. It's a daily practice of returning to your center. So friends, next time when you are in a high pressure meeting, or the next time you are in celebrating some sort of a win, a massive win, remember chapter 6 verse 8. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the gold or am I standing on the rock? Success is a byproduct of the steady mind. Build the mind and the business will follow. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonates with you, hit the subscribe button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to find their center today. Lead with wisdom, lead with peace, become an unshakable CEO. So we have come to the end of our session today. Before I move on to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. The global economy is at the crossroads. In this video, we break down why the next 72 hours are the most critical window for 2026 for investors, for business leaders, and also for the policymakers. With the outbreak of conflict in the Middle East and the recent IMF World Economic Outlook warning of a drop in the global growth rate to 3.1%, and therefore the stakes has never been so high. So what we got to do, what we should be aware of, stick around because we are going to discuss all of this.
Right now, as you're watching this, a timer is ticking. It isn't just a countdown for a market opening or a single earning report. We're entering a 72-hour window that historians may look back on as the definitive pivot point for the global economy in 2026. So why now? Because we are seeing a perfect storm and it is converging. We have a volatile conflict in the Middle East that is threatening the world's most vital energy arteries. We have an IMF that just sounded the alarm on the growth slowdown, and within the next 3 days, we expect the decisions that will determine if we face a controlled landing or a systemic fracture. By the time this 72-hour window closes, the cost of your energy, value of your currency, and the safety of your investment could look radically different. And here is exactly what is happening behind the scenes. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. The first pillar of this 72-hour crisis is the energy. As of today, which is April 22nd, 2026, the volatility in the Middle East has moved past rhetoric. Markets are currently pricing in a worst case disruption scenario. If the next 3 days sees an escalation that impact the Strait of Hormuz, we aren't just looking at $100 per barrel oil. We are looking at the supply side shock that could paralyze the European and Asian manufacturing. But it's not just about pricing at the pump. It's about the inflation ghost. Just as the central bank thought they had a handle on the rising price, the energy spike threatened to send the projected 2026 inflation rate of 4.4% or even higher. In this next 72 hours, look for the energy pivot. If the prices break past key resistance level, the global manufacturing sector will go into a defensive mode, and that means layoff and stalled growth. While the headline focus on the conflict, the underlying math is equally terrifying. Last week, the IMF released the World Economic Outlook. The headline was grim. The global growth is projected to fall to 3.1%. Imagine, only 3.1%. But the real story is in the next 72 hours of the diplomatic response. Financial leaders are currently meeting to decide if they will coordinate a liquidity injection or if it's if every nation for itself. We are seeing a massive divergence. While some economies are showing resilience, others, particularly in the developing world, are facing a debt wall. If we don't see a collaborative signal from the G7 or the IMF in these 3-day window, we could see a flight to quality that strip emerging markets of their remaining capital. This is the great repricing of 2026, and it is happening in real time as we speak. When the world gets scared, money moves fast. In the next 72 hours, we are watching the three safe havens, which is gold, US dollars, and increasingly digital assets. Gold has already been hitting the record high, but the next 3 days will test its ceiling. If we see a breakout, it's a signal that the big institutional players have lost faith in a quick diplomatic resolution. Simultaneously, the US dollar is weaponizing itself again. As the dollar strengthens, it puts immense pressure on every other currency for businesses in London, Tokyo, or New Delhi. A 72-hour surge in the dollar market makes their imports more expensive and their debt harder to pay. Watch the currency pairs closely. The tipping point is usually a 3-day trend that becomes month-long slide. So what does this mean for people like you and me? The next 72 hours aren't about panic. They are about positioning. If you are an investor, watch the $100 oil per barrel mark and the 10-year treasury yield. If you are a business owner, look at your supply chain exposure in the Middle East. And if you are just watching your personal finances, understand that the low inflation era we hoped for is being challenged by these 72 hours of geopolitical reality. The world moves fast, but the economy moves in cycles. We are at the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. We'll be monitoring every headline, every market tick, and every diplomatic cable as they come in. Make sure you subscribe. In a window This is very critical. Being 24-hour late is the same being absolutely wrong. So stay vigilant. The clock is running, and I'll see you in the next update, my friends. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
On a clear night, the universe looks like a photograph, frozen, eternal. But the truth is, we are living inside a cosmic stampede. Right now, you are sitting on a planet that is spinning at 1600 kilometers per hour. The planet is orbiting a star at 107,000 kilometers per hour. The star is dragging us around the center of the Milky Way at 800,000 kilometers per hour, but even the galaxy itself isn't sitting still. Our entire island universe is screaming through the void towards a destination we cannot see, and the overall speed at which we are moving right now is 2.2 million kilometers per hour. Everything, every star, every black hole, every atom is on a journey. But where is it actually going? Is there a finish line? Or is the universe just running away from itself? Today, we are tracing the ultimate trajectory of the cosmos from the great attractor to big freeze. We are looking at the final map of the existence itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand where we are going, we have to look at our neighborhood. We live in a Lanakia supercluster, a massive web of 100,000 galaxies spanning 500 million light years. For decades, the astronomer noticed something strange. The Milky Way and our neighboring galaxies aren't just drifting, they are being pulled. We are moving towards a specific region of space hidden behind the zone of avoidance, an area obscured by our own galaxy's dust, and therefore we actually cannot see clearly what is where we are going and what is pulling our galaxies. We call this mystery the Great Attractor. It's the gravitational anomaly so massive it is warping the movement of the galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. It's like cosmic drain, and we are the water circling it. But here is the twist. We will likely never arrive at that point. Why? Because while gravity is trying to pull us together, something else is trying to rip us apart. In the late 1990s, we discovered the universe isn't just expanding, it is accelerating. This is thanks to the dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up roughly about 68% of the universe. Think of it like this. Gravity is the glue trying to hold the room together, but the dark energy is the floor constantly stretching in every direction. Because space is expanding faster than the speed of light at great distances, the great attractor is actually losing the tug of war. Eventually, the expansion will become so fast that even the pull of the Lanakia won't be enough to hold us into this particular group. We are entering an era of the great divorce. In few billion years, every galaxy outside our local group will disappear beyond the cosmic horizon. They will be moving away so fast that their light will never reach us again. We will be left in a lonely, dark neighborhood. So if we aren't hitting the great attractor, what is our immediate destination then in that case? So in about 4.5 billion years, our own galaxy has a date with destiny. The Andromeda galaxy is currently heading straight for us at 110 kilometers per second by high speed. This isn't a crash, it's a dance. The two galaxies will pass through each other, their stars rarely colliding because the space is so empty. Gravity will eventually pull them back together, merging them into a single massive elliptical galaxy dubbed as Milkomeda. By the time this happens, our sun will have become a red giant, likely swallowing the Earth. The solar system as we know it will be done. But the atoms that made up our body will be part of the brand new giant star system. But where does the journey finally end? If the expansion continues forever, we reach the ultimate destination, the big freeze, also known as the heat death of the universe. As the space stretches, the gas needed to create stars become too thin. One by one, the light of the universe goes out. The stelliferous era ends, which is known for star formation, and therefore the stars will stop forming. And the degenerate era will begin. Only white dwarf, neutron stars, and black hole will remain. The black hole era will be the third one, when black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. So, what is left? A universe at a uniform temperature of nearly absolute zero, no energy, no movement, no time. Everything that was once a planet, a person, or a galaxy will be reduced to thin mist of photons and electrons drifting in an infinite cold dark. It sounds bleak, but look at in another way. We are living in the golden age of the universe, a brief, brilliant window where the stars are close enough to see and the galaxies are close enough to touch. Everything is moving away, yes, but that makes the fact that we are here right now witnessing it, and all the more miraculous things are going to happen in the near future. We might not like where the universe is going, but we can only imagine what a view we have on the way there, right? So friends, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring the edge of the cosmos, subscribe and join for the next journey. Until next time, before we wind up today's session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just data, it is the universal awareness. In this video, we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go and discuss this further. In the world of business, we are taught that results are everything. Quarterly earning, market share, profits, these are the metrics of our worth. We spend our lives chasing the fruits, but there is a ceiling to that kind of leadership. Eventually, the chase leads to burnout, short-sightedness, and a strong sense of emptiness. 5,000 or 7,000 years ago, on a different kind of a battlefield, Bhagwan Krishna gave Arjun a piece of advice that is arguably the most sophisticated management strategy ever recorded. Today we are looking at chapter 8, verse 28. It is the secret to why the most iconic CEOs don't actually chase results, they transcend them. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further and let's examine the verse. And the quote starts: a yogi who performs devotional service transcends the fruit of Vedic study, austerities, sacrifices, charities, and pieties. He attains my supreme eternal abode. And the quote close. Let us translate that into an executive speak. In the ancient context, the Vedic study and the austerities were the standard best practice for success. In today's term, these are your MBAs, your 80 hours work week, your strategic philanthropy, and the corporate social responsibility. Krishna isn't saying these things are bad. He's saying these are, intermediate goals. A yogi CEO doesn't just do the work to get the result. They perform the devotional service. In business, we call this purpose-driven leadership. Why does Bhagwan Krishna tells us to transcend the fruits? Because when a CEO is obsessed with the fruit, which is in other terms is profit, or the exit strategy, three things can happen. First, risk aversion. You become afraid to innovate because you might lose the immediate prize. Second, short-termism. You sacrifice the health of the company in your 5-year bonus and year on year. So basically you're now waiting for 5 years and then on every year you're basically ignoring the company's health. Third, anxiety. Your peace of mind is at a mercy of the market. So when the verse talks about transcending the fruits, it's about decoupling your identity from the outcome. When you stop chasing the result, you gain the clarity to see the move that actually wins the game. And the verse mentions about devotional service. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you have to be in a temple. It means your work is an offering to a higher mission. Think of the Yuan Koinard at Patagonia or Satya Nadella's shift at Microsoft. They shifted from beating the competition to a higher purpose. When you lead with a devotion to a mission, whether it's solving a climate crisis or empowering every person on the planet, the fruit, which is the profit and the piety, come as the natural byproduct. By aiming for the supreme abode, which we can interpret as the ultimate vision or your legacy, you automatically satisfy all the smaller matrices of success. The verse concludes and the quote starts, he attains my supreme eternal abode, quote close. For a leader, the supreme abode is the state of equanimity. It is the ability to lead from a place of inner stillness. While the other CEOs are panicking over a bad quarter, the yogi CEO remains fixed on the eternal vision. This isn't just the spiritual fluff, it is the competitive advantage. A leader who cannot be shaken by the fruits is the most dangerous competitor in the room because they are playing an infinite game while everyone else is playing a finite one. So, here is the challenge for the modern executive. Look at your sacrifices and your charity and your studies. Are you doing them just for the fruits? Well, I think that's a question that you can send it across to us if you want to share. Chapter 8 verse 28 invites you to level up, stop chasing the quarterly numbers, quarterly earnings, start performing your leadership as a service to a higher purpose. When you transcend the result, you don't lose them, you master them. The best CEO don't just build companies, they attain a legacy that lasts, they reach their supreme abode. So friends, are you ready to stop chasing this, start chasing the result and start transcending? Do let me know. Thanks for watching. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
कश्मीर की धरती ने अनेक महान शासकों को जन्म दिया, परंतु उसमें से एक नाम विशेष रूप से इतिहास में चमकता है। कश्मीर की वादियों में जब सत्ता डगमगाने लगी, तब एक महिला ने अपने साहस और बुद्धिमत्ता से इतिहास की दिशा बदल दी। वह थी रानी दिद्दा, विकलांगता के बावजूद अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति वाली शासक, जिन्हें कश्मीर की आयरन वुमन के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। उनका जीवन की जो कहानी है हमें बताती है कि शक्ति केवल शरीर में नहीं होती, बल्कि मन संकल्प में होती है। दिद्या का शासन काल लगभग 22 वर्षों तक चला और उनका जीवन साहस, राजनीति की गहरी समझ और अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। दिद्या का जन्म 1924 ईस्वी में हुआ था। बचपन से ही शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर थी। उनकी एक टांग विकलांग थी, लेकिन इस कमजोरी को उन्होंने कभी अपनी शक्ति पर हावी नहीं होने दिया। उनका मनोबल इतना दृढ़ था कि उन्होंने अपने जीवन को एक चुनौतीपूर्ण किंतु प्रेरणादायक यात्रा बना दिया। वह लोहारा वंश की राजकुमारी थी और कश्मीर के राजा क्षेम गुप्त से उनका विवाह हुआ था। विवाह के बाद वे कश्मीर की रानी बनी। क्षेम गुप्त की मृत्यु के बाद दिद्दा ने शासन की बागडोर अपने हाथों में ली। प्रारंभिक रूप में उन्होंने अपने पुत्र अभिमन्यु के साथ शासन किया। 1975 ईस्वी में पुत्र अभिमन्यु की मृत्यु हो गई और दिद्दा ने अपने पोते नरेंद्र गुप्त, त्रिभुवन गुप्त और भीम गुप्त को क्रमशः गद्दी पे बिठाया, परंतु वास्तविक सत्ता उनके हाथ में ही थी। एंड जल्द ही उन्होंने राजनीतिक क्षमता और कठोर निर्णय से इस पूरे क्षेत्र को एक वास्तविक सत्ता का केंद्र बना दिया। दिद्दा का शासन काल लगभग 22 वर्ष तक चला। इस दौरान उन्होंने अनेक षड्यंत्रों व विरोधों का सामना किया। दरबार में उनके खिलाफ कई बार विद्रोह हुए, परंतु उन्होंने अपनी चतुराई और कठोर नीतियों को के साथ उन सभी को परास्त किया। कहा जाता है कि उन्होंने अपने विरोधियों को समाप्त करने के लिए कोई भी एक्चुअली संकोच नहीं किया, चाहे वो दरबारी हो या उनके रिश्तेदार। और अगर उनके प्रशासनिक सुधार की बात की जाए तो वो भी काफी बड़े उन्होंने उस समय किए थे, जैसे कि कर व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और सेना को संगठित किया, सीमाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की। और उन्होंने सबसे बड़ी अगर उपलब्धि मानी जाए तो उन्होंने कश्मीर को राजनीतिक अस्थिरता से बाहर निकाला और राज्य को एक मजबूत प्रशासनिक ढांचे में ढाला। उन्होंने यह व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और कश्मीर की जो सीमाएं हैं उसको भी सुरक्षित किया।
दिदा का शासन काल अगर कई इतिहासकार बोलते हैं कठोर था, परंतु प्रभावी भी था। उन्होंने ये साबित किया कि एक महिला चाहे शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर ही क्यों ना हो, दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति, बुद्धिमत्ता से पूरे राज्य को संभाल सकती है। उनके शासन के बाद कश्मीर में लोहारा वंश की नींव और भी मजबूत हो गई। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस चर्चा को आगे और बढ़ाते हैं। इतिहासकार जो हैं वो मानते हैं, कई इतिहासकार मानते हैं कि दिद्दा काफी निर्दयी शासक थी। तो कभी वो ये भी बताते हैं कि वो दूरदर्शी नेता भी थी। लेकिन इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं कि दिद्दा ने कश्मीर के इतिहास में अपनी अमिट छाप छोड़ी। उनकी कहानी हमें सिखाती है कि परिस्थितियां चाहे कितनी भी कठोर क्यों ना हो, साहस, दृढ़ता से उन्हें बदला जा सकता है। रानी दिद्दा का जीवन हमें यह भी सिखाता है कि शक्ति शारीरिक सामर्थ्य में नहीं, बल्कि दृढ़ संकल्प, दूरदर्शिता में निहित होती है। विकलांगता के बावजूद उन्होंने कश्मीर की सत्ता संभाली, षड्यंत्रों को परास्त किया और राज्य की स्थिरता बनाए रखी। उनके शासन काल ने यह प्रमाणित किया कि महिला भी कठोर निर्णय लेकर इतिहास की धारा बदल सकती है। अगर देखा जाए तो दिद्दा की कहानी साहस और नेतृत्व की है, जिसने अमित छाप कश्मीर के इतिहास पर छोड़ी है। कभी कई लोग उनको निर्दयी कहते हैं, कई दूरदर्शी कहते हैं, लेकिन उनकी गाथा हमें ये प्रेरणा देती है कि कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी यदि मनोबल अडिग रहे तो असंभव को भी संभव किया जा सकता है। तो अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और विषय पर अगर आपकी कोई टिप्पणी हो तो उसको भी हमारे साथ साझा कीजिए। अब हम ये समाप्त करते हैं आज की मुलाकात। आपसे फिर बहुत जल्द मुलाकात होगी। तब तक अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज तो मंगलवार का दिन है, आपको सबको ज्ञात है। और आज तारीख क्या है? 16 तारीख है, 16 जून। तो सबको पता है मंगलवार का जो दिन है वो हनुमान जी के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज के दिन हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे, अपना जो वर्किंग डे है वो शुरू करेंगे भगवान जी की पूजा करके, हनुमान जी की पूजा करेंगे। और इस पूजा में हम हनुमान चालीसा का उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन करेंगे। तो आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हनुमान चालीसा का रिसाइटेशन हमारे साथ जुड़ के करें, इससे काफ़ी फायदा होता है। चलिए आंख बंद करके ध्यान कर लेते हैं और भगवान जी का हम नमन शुरू करते हैं। सबसे पहले जय श्री राम। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, बरनउँ रघुबर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फलचार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरहु क्लेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तेहु लोक उजागर। राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा, विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बढ़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ थे, कवि कोविद कही सके कहाँ थे।
तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लियो ताहि मधुर फल जानु। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जल दिलांग गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहें तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्धि जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस्थिति नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जान की माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुबरपुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बल बीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्धि साखी गौरी सा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभूप। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। तो दोस्तों, आज हमारी पूजा संपन्न हुई और हम अपना अब दिन शुरू करेंगे। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूं। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार। Hello friends, Namaskaram. I hope you know a guy called Steve Fawcett. Steve Fawcett, a master of endurance and risk, became the first person to fly solo around the world in a balloon. In this video, we dive deep into the Spirit of Freedom mission, a grueling 14 days journey across 20,000 miles that redefined the limits of human achievement and aviation technology. Beyond the record breaking stats, we analyze the incredible grit, metallurgical strategy, and unwavering focus required to navigate the globe alone, from the freezing height of the stratosphere to the strategic decisions that kept him alive. This is a story of how Steve Fawcett conquered the wind and solidified his place in history. Let's go. History is often defined by those who refuse to accept the word impossible. We talk about the great explorer, Magellan, Amundsen, Armstrong, but there is a unique category for those who tackle the elements completely alone. In 2002, one man looked at the globe and decided he didn't needed a jet or a rocket or even a co-pilot. He just needed the wind. Today, we are analyzing one of the most audacious feats of human endurance and the strategic navigation in the 21st century. Steve Fawcett's record breaking solo non stop circumnavigation in the spirit of freedom. Welcome to this deep dive. But before that, friends, please let us know from which city you have tuned in so that we know exactly who's watching us and who's not. All right, let's proceed further. To understand the weight of 2002, you have to understand the stakes. Before the Steve Fawcett, people had tried, many had died. It was the last great record in aviation. Fawcett wasn't just an adventurer, he was a master of logistics and risk management. He viewed the stratosphere not as an enemy but as a system to be leveraged. He had attempted this journey 5 times before. Think about that. 5 failures, 5 near death experiences, and yet he continued to iterate. This is the critical lesson for any leader. Failure is not the end of the strategy. It is the data you need to perfect your next launch. In 2002, in Nottingham, Western Australia, the Spirit of Freedom, a massive 140-foot tall balloon, began its ascent. The goal? To fly around the world solo, non-stop in under 20 days. The capsule was size of a walk-in closet, roughly 7 feet by 5 feet. For 14 days, this would be his entire universe. Technologically, the Spirit of Freedom was a marvel of the time. It utilized a Rosier design, combining helium for a constant lift and hot air for vertical control. But the real strategy was in the navigation. Fawcett had to stay within a specific jet stream. If he dipped into lower altitude, he hit turbulence. Too high, he risked extreme cold and oxygen deprivation. He didn't have the modern AI navigator, but he had a team of metallurgists feeding him data, and he had to process it with absolute calm. This is the definition of the equanimity under pressure, a concept we talk about frequently here on the channel also. Whether you are a leading corporation or a piloting a balloon over the southern ocean, the ability to process the data, discard the noise, and execute the core task is what separates the masters from the amateurs. For 2 weeks, the world watched, but inside the capsule, absolute silence. The physical toll was immense. He slept in 45 minutes intervals. He dealt with mechanical failures, burner malfunctions, and constant crushing psychological reality of being miles above the earth, absolutely alone. One of the most dangerous moments occurred over the Southern Ocean where the temperature plummeted, threatening the integrity of the balloon fabric. A normal person would panic. A strategist looked for the lever. Fawcett had to manipulate his altitude constantly to catch the right current, essentially surfing the atmosphere. When you study his flight, you see a man who was entirely in sync with his environment. He wasn't fighting the wind, he was negotiating with it. This is the profound leadership lesson. True success doesn't come from the brute forcing your way through a crisis. It comes from understanding the forces at play and positioning yourself where the current naturally carries you towards your objective. On July 3rd, 2002, after 14 days, 19 hours and 50 minutes, Steve Fawcett touched down in Queensland, Australia. He had done it. He was the first person to circumnavigate the globe solo in a balloon. He didn't just set a record, he closed a chapter in human exploration. He proved that with the right combination of preparation, iterative learning, and mental discipline, the impossible becomes merely the next milestone. So, why does this matter to us today? Why are we discussing a 2002 balloon flight on a channel focused on AI education and executive strategy? Because the landscape of a business is changing just as rapidly as weather system uh, faucet had to navigate. Whether it's a shift towards AI, the changing global economic order, or the demand for real time education, we are all in our own spirit of freedom capsule. We are all dealing with high stake environments where one wrong decision or one moment of lost focus can send us off course. Steve Fawcett showed us that preparation is the foundation of the courage. So, friends, thank you for joining me on this historic strategic deep dive. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Join us on the next on Akulmach history as we continue to explore the intersection of past, present, and future. I am CK, and I will see you again very soon in the next one.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for fintech startup, or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one pager, product mock-ups and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude Design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude Design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude Design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude Design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude Design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So, yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, Claude Design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends. Can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. Now, President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coasts, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, the China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.